Uwaga! What's that? Fucking small car. That's all I'm going to say. No, dude.
wanted to please my friends, but it felt like the end of myself. I was shut down and all drained out. I was lost, so I had to change. Yeah, I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from the pettiness. They turned on me, but now I am perfectly free to be me. This is who I am. This is who I am now. No matter what they saying, this is who I am. This is who I am now. They think that I have lost my mind, that I'm not being true, but they don't have a clue. 'Cause this is me when I cut out all of the shallowness and everything I suppress to fit in a small frame. But I won't play your game anymore, so I had to change. Yeah, I shook off all the bad vibes, cut me loose from the pettiness. They turned on me, but now I am perfectly free to be me. This is who I am. This is who I am now. No matter what they saying, this is who I am. This is who I am now.
You and I, we never show emotions, we just keep it down, down inside. Yeah, you and I, both longing for expression for the things we like, but we stay quiet. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go. Say it loud, wake the world on the other side, make it real. Just let yourself go, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. Let yourself be in you. We're holding back each other in the things we do. It's all so blue. Yeah, what if we could grow just like the flowers through the concrete? Just you and me. Hold me now, tell me things, tell me all about how you feel. Just let yourself go. Say it loud, wake the world on the other side, make it real. Just let yourself go, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. Let yourself be in you. We're holding back each other in the things we do. It's all so blue. Yeah, what if we could grow just like the flowers through the concrete? Just you and me. Just let go. Ooh, just let go. Oh yeah, just let go. Ooh, just let go. Just let yourself go. Let yourself go. Let yourself go. Let yourself go. state of mind, traveling through wasted time. Think of how I will rewrite every single song. You got me in a state of mind, traveling through wasted time. Think of how I will rewrite every single song.
That's ISO.
Rack it up, I got a bit of the bank to make me a safe house. Shake it up, she got her hands on her knees and she bringing the cake out. Smoke it up, I got some gas, some packs, I'm up in the greenhouse. Ball it up, I'm with the gang, we taking shots off the rebound. Look at my posters, say now, I've been humble too long, yeah. Tell them all to stay calm, yeah. Tell them all to move on, yeah. Look at my posters, say now, they be lost in the sauce, yeah. Took a loss, that's your loss, yeah. Had to get my point across. we trending. Watch what you say, don't offend them. They keeping it real, they commend them. People like get your wife pregnant, but I ain't trying to be dependent. I need money never ending. I'm talking 100%. I need the only you rent it.
Whoa, step in the spot and watch how they panic. Yeah, we the duo, you know we dynamic. When we outside, we be stopping the traffic. Breaking their necks, them they upset. How them boys doing more when they got less? How they on this and how they on that? How they got this and yeah, how they got that? Too busy watching us, they need to stop that. Talking my shit, you know we gon' pop that. See it, I like it, yeah, I'm gon' cop that. When we on top, how you on top that? Nah, you ain't got nothing on us. I'm steady calling your bluff. Pass me the split, need me a puff. You don't want smoke, tell them that's tough. Yeah, yeah. Heard them lasers talking now and we don't pay that no mind. Didn't need to watch them know that I'll be here in no time. Put a candle on and had to tell them they could blow mine. Lights, camera, action, it's showtime.
Rack it up, I got a bit of the bank to make me a safe house. Shake it up, she got her hands on her knees and she bringing the cake out. Smoke it up, I got some gas, some packs, I'm up in the greenhouse. Ball it up, I'm with the gang, we taking shots off the rebound. Look at my posters, say now, I've been humble too long, yeah. Tell them all to stay calm, yeah. Tell them all to move on, yeah. Look at my posters, say now, they be lost in the sauce, yeah. Took a loss, that's your loss, yeah. Had to get my point across, yeah.
say hello to everyone in the chat. Doing the Kenda shuffle on the other side there. Got it running. No pushback required. But welcome to everyone in the chat. Please hit that like button. Please share it out. I shared out the link earlier on the Overtaking Lane Facebook page. It's coming to you thanks to Kenda Tyres and also Power Cruise Promotion and of course us here at Overtaking Lane. So we are bringing you the action. We've got Brad down on the camera on the start. Bringing you that close-in action. We've got Trevor on trackside, and we've got myself up here in the power box doing the switching. Don't blame me on that. Hopefully we'll have Tyler here with us soon. He is just a bit busy finishing off some work, and Tyler will be here to take over control of the video switching and get us all on fire and working properly. So we will have Chris Diggles coming to you with some commentary as well, especially as we get into the small tyre shootout soon. We've got Webby here, I think in, it looks like Culprit Tirana, is it? I believe it is, from here. Double bulb. Oh, this is a good pass. Look at them. Right-hand lane as he gets a bit all over the place. Look at that time, 4:51. The speed flow lane, 156 mile an hour, 5:63 from Bill Perkovosky. That was absolutely all over the place, wasn't it? As he went down there. I got a bit excited. Forgot to switch the video. Hopefully you got a good shot of that. But as I was saying, we will have Diggles on the mic coming to you soon. Make sure you wish him a happy birthday. Like triple power added, Holden in the right-hand lane. Commodore. Oh, there's a couple of nice passes there as well. 5:49. Speed flow lane, left-hand lane. 5:35 in the right. Both just over 130 mile an hour. Another Commodore in the right-hand lane up against Ford Capri in the left. Thank you again all for joining us. Don't forget to hit that like button. We'll bring you all the action across the weekend from Kenda. Be sure to subscribe. Sign into your YouTube channel and subscribe to the channel. Hit that little bell and you'll get some notifications of when we do go live, so you don't miss any of this live racing. All right, as they stage up. Five 13. Brett Benz. That VL Calais. Daniel Hookham was in the left-hand lane there. Got Purple Valiant, quick 66. Nathan Peters, Barra powered. In the right-hand lane, looks like we've got Kim Bean in the left-hand lane in the one-tonner. All right, guys, back with it now. Sorry, we're just fixing up the audio, getting everything running, ready for when the commentary team and Mr. Diggles gets up into the commentary box. So I wanted to make sure we got that all connected and ready to go. So, bit of mad running around. A bit of a sync issue on the volume as well. Tyler's just trying to make sure that we got that hooked up for it as well. So we'll be ready to go very shortly with all of that and have all those technical bugs fixed before we get into that small tyre shootout. So we've got HQ on the back wheels. So we launched it there. .587. Jason Shazzotti. So hopefully we'll get Diggles up into the commentary stand soon. We can get rid of the background music. YouTube doesn't like that radio playing in the background. Hopefully we can move that on. As Billy Shelton comes out in sickest. You would have seen this grand champion at Rocky Naps last week, the second time, so 2 years running. He's managed to take out that. Well, I don't think that's been done very many times before, if any. So great to see. Great to see this go down the strip as well. So not just a show car. Certainly seen it on its back wheels here plenty of times before. So it's quite impressive. So line up now. First bulb. Bump it in. Down the left lane for 550. 117 mile an hour. Speed flow lane. And Steve Zena didn't quite get the pass that time in that block board. Steve. EH. Ready.
I'm thinking back on all those times when I felt
Tractor's
close
going to
up
do
from
a little bit of
that
prep.
I could become eager but too scared to climb. Wanted to please my friends, but it felt like the end of myself. I was shut down and I drained out.
Down around the loop. So we're looking at 5 to 10, but don't go too far away because we'll get it done as soon as we can.
So a little bit of prep required. There's a bit of oil on the braking area. So we've got a 5-10 minute wait. Good time to get yourself a freshen up on the drink and get settled in. It's also a good chance for you to hit that like button on the live stream now. Hit that like button, hit the share, send it to a mate and get them on here as well and onto the comments and having a chat with you. Let's have a little bit of a look. I'm going to jump into the comments now and have a look at what is happening over in there. What I am missing from everybody there. So let's have a look. If it refreshes for me, would also help. Pretty sure I'm getting some old comments now. So go to that live chat option. If you're watching on your phone or your computer, have a look. Change those settings from top chat to live chat and you make sure you get everything. And we'll say a few shout outs. Jake Hazel, g'day mate. Adam Geary, Chris Young, James Bayless, Connor Webby Webb, Mad Cow Mark. Connor Webby Webb asked a very good question. Who is winning the shootout? Place your bets. There's some big guns in there for the small tyre shootout. I believe the requirements are a small tyre and swinging doors. Connor, I'm sure you're going for Tony Webb. Money's on there. Chris Young, you for coming to us from the UK. I'm just going to see if I can bring up the details from. If you go over onto the Kenda tyres page, you can actually have a bit of a look and see the draw for the small tyre shootout and how it is looking. So we've got 6 p.m. it kicks off, and we've got number one round. We've got Jamie Jeffries versus Scott Cortina. Then we've got Stephen Smith versus Tony Webby Webb. Brett Benz versus Joe Gucci. We've got Billy Shelton up against John Elfs. Steve Bazina up against Tim Cross. Trent Brimble up against Jason Sang. The Tirana looking good now. All new changes in that one. Peter Anna Faulkner up against Andy Pauly. Jason Chizzo up against Mick Arnold. So there we go. So they'll be getting ready into the lanes now. 5:30 was time into the lanes for those guys. So they've got to get their pairings, and then they'll come around, and we'll certainly have Diggles on the mic for that. So it'll be good to have a listen into and see what's happening. But, start to think who might take out that one. Look, I think my bets, it's a hard one. It's a pretty tough field. That is a very tough field, but I've bet on Jason Sang in these events before. Now, I had my money on him in the last Cash Nights event out here, and he came through. So I've got to stick with Sangy on that one. So we'll stick with that and see how it goes. I've just got a message in from Diggles that he'll be on soon. So we'll switch over to Diggles' commentary very soon. But I'll put my money on Sangy. Where's your money going, guys? Tell us, who do you think's going to be in there? Tyson Lewis, g'day mate. Sucks Gas Racing in there as well. Huggy, g'day mate, g'day. Pat M, g'day. Good to see everyone here in that chat. Gary, g'day, mate. G'day, Gary Daler. Stephen Smith is saying, yeah, he had a solid hit before, so been a little bit running around up here getting the setup right. Thanks, Big Ted, 73 Big Ted. Be back later. Awesome feed. We do appreciate that. I did come on earlier and spoke for a good hour and didn't realise that my microphone wasn't on that whole time, but it was great practice. Diggle said, good to see you that I was practicing. and just talking away to myself. I was wondering why there wasn't much interaction. But yeah, we'll see how they go. I don't know. It's going to be, could be anyone's. It really could be. Nick, g'day. Thanks for the live feed. Appreciate that. Thank you. Also, thanks to the guys at Kenda Tyres that bring us out here, and Power Cruise Promotion that also help them out by helping sponsor to bring us out here to do this. So 4:32 last night from Webby. We've looked the track. So it was hard to say how the track was looking. It was a fair bit of heat in the track this afternoon, and I think it's starting to really come round now. So I think especially now they'll put some ash down that braking area. They're probably going to put some more glue down. They'll give it a good drag, and we'll see where it ends up. But I think that track's going to come around for the shootout. So I think we will really see some good action. So be prepared for that. Be prepared for some really good racing. But as we sort of saw around that 3 o'clock to 3 to 4 period this afternoon when they kicked off, there was a lot of cars blowing the tyres off and they weren't quite getting down the track. But I think, they'll get those tunes in, they'll get it set, but the track will come round as well as that heat starts to come out of the track. The rubber's getting laid down now as well, and there's a few passes on it that'll improve. And this tractor doing the drag at the moment as well is also going to make a big difference to the track and this track prep. We know that the guys here at Kenda always do a great track prep. And just earlier we saw Wade Wagstaff just crack a record and run a 368, I believe it was. So a 204 mile an hour pass at 368. Wade Wagstaff never fails to entertain at a Kenda event. That is for sure. So one of the greatest races on radials in Australia, and now holds an Australian record again, and doing a tremendous job. Wayne's asking what time do we finish tonight. Look, I think the finishing is around sort of that 10 p.m. Time, but it'll all just depend on how the racing's going. But the guys here will make that call. The racing will kick off again tomorrow as we get into the actual racing. This is a test day. So what you're seeing here now is just a test day here at Kenda. So they've already been out here. There's been a few cars have tested on Wednesday and Thursday. We've got here for this one, the Friday testing, and also because we've got the small tyre shootout. But yeah, we'll see tomorrow as we get into the actual racing and the rounds of racing tomorrow, and they really bring it on, and that'll start at 10 a.m. in the morning, and that will go through until whenever we get through every field and every round and every final. It is not unusual for us to be still shooting out here at 1 a.m. in the morning and bringing you the live feed. So don't forget to just do those little things. Smash the like and subscribe. If you want to, if you do enjoy this stuff and you want to help out the channel in any way, then there is merch available on our website at overtakinglane.com.au. You can grab yourself an Overtaking Lane hat or shirt or stubby holder or whatever you might want. And that also helps us out. And all that goes to bringing you these live streams and all our equipment, etc. So Diggles is about to come through us live very shortly. He's just checked in and said, "I'm heading upstairs, Dave." So we'll cross over to him. But yeah, no, guys, make sure you do help out the channel. Hit the like button. That's at the very least, if you can do that, hit that little thumbs up on there while you're waiting for the racing to come back. Maybe subscribe to the channel. That costs nothing. Or you could join and actually become a member if you want to contribute on a monthly basis towards the channel and help build, this live stream drag racing channel across Australia. So we've got some good things coming up, although we haven't had much this year. Look, sound coming through clear. Diggs. So.
G'day, hello. How you going? Good? Can you hear us over the tyre rubbers? You can barely hear us over the sled. You can hear us though, eh? Happy bloody Friday to you people out there. How's Friday looking? Good? Sure is now. I can give you the drum. Good afternoon, good evening and good night, everyone. Welcome to Willowbank Raceway. If you haven't already been here, well, you're here now. And you're with us for what will be, well, it's already been a bit of a precursor to our next big Kenda 660 Drag Radial series here at South Georgia Willowbank Raceway. That's right, it is the Queensland, the Radial state, the home of Aussie Radial racing. Big shout out to all of our great volunteers, our track prep people, all of our teams, and all of the people that have been tirelessly working in front of and behind the scenes with this juggernaut that we call Australian Drag Radial Racing, and especially the Kenda 660 series, when we throw together a little tiny itty-bitty $5,000 Friday night 16-car small tyre shootout. So why not start the way that we always like to start, and that is with a little bit of a bang. So we're asking all 16 competitors that are in that small tyre shootout. We are still scheduled for a 6 o'clock start. It's 23 minutes before 6 o'clock. You can see our spray rigs out there getting the goo down. And we've seen plenty of testing here since Wednesday. A lot of guys with new combinations, finding their feet. One thing you've got to say we've got out there, folks, is a pretty healthy investment. The word investment is one that we want to talk about because boy, oh boy, haven't the guys got some machinery that we should really be getting excited about. New cars, new names, all wanting to get into the Australian radial scene, and the Kenda scene especially is welcoming all of our teams that have decided either to step in or step up. And we can't wait to see the fruits of everything by the end of the weekend. Now, don't forget, this is a small tyre shootout here tonight. It's just a little precursor because tomorrow we give you the full deal. Tomorrow it's a small tyre shootout tonight, so we don't have any outlaw radials running tonight, or do we? We do have one that's gone back to 275s just for tonight. But this is 275 and smaller tyre here tonight, the small tyre shootout, and. Joe Gauci is the outlaw radial racer that put the 275s on and came out and belted out a very impressive run there before, 4:42. Of course, one thing that I wish I was on the microphone for, which I wasn't, but I saw it as a fan standing down there in the corner on my birthday to see an Australian drag radial record of 3:68 by Wade Wagstaff. We ain't seen a radial pass that quick in this country. I just naturally, being here at Willowbank for all these years, I just naturally assumed it was an 88. Just because of where the post is down there. You always, sixes look like eights and 7 look like letter N, and all sorts of things when the post's in the way. And then the guy sitting in the grandstand behind us said, no, because that's a 68. Is that the quickest? I said, damn right, it's the quickest. Just about jumped in the air once we heard that news. That was a moment that went only to the excitement of the people present, and let me tell you, if that's the new benchmark, well, we've seen it already on a Friday. And look, word was, the guys I was hanging with, the word was is they were happy to play the short game with testing, making every run count on the start line so far and clicking the car early. We're talking about Wade Wagstaff's 57 called the Grinch. And just, running it short, so running it out, getting it out of the hole. And the word was from the team is that they were looking for a 3:30 foot time that they were happy with before they decided to give it the leg out the back door. Perry Bullivant gets on and says, tell Wade I said well done. Yes, well, I'm sure the accolades will be flowing from all areas of royalty in the drag radial deal. and that will be one of them as well. Just making sure Scotty sent me the right thing here. Scotty, did you... Scotty Harker, can you send that email again if you can? I'm looking for the email. I didn't find it. But we'll get to that very, very shortly. I had the list there too. I've got to go onto the Facebook page actually probably to find it. Might be the better way. Check this out. Saw this coming in. Look, I'll get his name up tomorrow. 10097. It's the big Chevy wagon. Long live the long roofs. And what can you say about Steve Carkeet beside the EH Holden? An absolute excitement machine. I mean, how do you spell Philstead? It's C-A-R-K-E-E-T. He's just, any car Steve Carkeet seems to get in, it's this exciting handful. And we thank him for it, because we really do enjoy cars of that quality. And how good's the long roof in there, running at 960, so he'll be in that Rumble B class, you would assume. But yeah, on tonight, the 5K up for grabs, and the pairings have already been made, pulled out of the hat. I actually did see the beginning of that live forecast, live stream today of when they started to draw it out, but I do have to get that back up there, because I did try to write it all down real quick, but it is there, and I'll put it back up here in a sec. So 6 o'clock's round one for the small tyre shootout. We are scheduled to go till 10 o'clock tonight. I still believe that's true. I know we started at 3 to get an extra hour in. We are still going till 10, righto. So we still have 4 hours and a bit, 4 hours and 18 of action. And this guy, he wants to get this thing down the track. You talk about the word investment. This is a guy invested in small tyre drag racing in this country. Daniel Sabolics. Now, we do know Daniel from his first HQ that he debuted at Drag Challenge a couple of years ago, a big Q, big dollar HQ. And the Sabolics family, let me tell you, they like to lay the highways for a living. They are the paving and road experts in their neck of the woods down in Victoria. But let me tell you, they want to burn rubber down the 660 here at Kenda, and I've never seen an operation like this go, wow, I'm in with both hands. We knew that in Sydney when the spare engine and gearbox turned up with the Courier. We had to try and work out how do you get a spare pro-charged Pro-Line and Rosler transmission off a Pantech with one Indian bloke that doesn't speak English. Didn't know what we had there. But here he is, he's trying to get this car down the track. Have a look at the suspension technology with this car. This is truly a state-of-the-art, world standard Radial car. This is an RVW style car, or in Australia, good old Aussie outlaw Radial. Lotus Caravan's on board as the sponsor, because George Josefsky, who's coming out for a bit of fun a bit later on with his cars. But let's hope Dan Sabolics gets what he wants here, because we all want to know what this car can do when it's all good. That's good so far. It was good coming out of the hole. 103 in the 60, 280 to 330. So it come out, you saw that little bit of zoomy there, and you can hazard a guess as to what was happening with our engine tune during the little zoomy moment. And it would be that, yeah, we just want to get some of that Pro-Line, Pro-Charged power out of the hole as you're trying to hook that radial tyre up. It's as much a symphony of making the suspension start the run for you, and then the engine start the run for you. And you've got to plant that thing down, and he got the tyre down. The power came in. He got through that first 60 foot. It went 103. That's the beginning of a very good run, I would say. Thank you, Dave Hamilton, as we are giving you the Kenda 660 Friday night $5,000 small tyre shootout. Oh, let's tag in private testing for 65 other Kenda competitors. And how about tomorrow? You all come back and sample 135 Kenda Radial cars in a ton of brackets. Is that you, Shane Benson, walking down there in front? You got a build on you, mate. I can spot you from 100 metres away, you weapon. How you going, son? I waved at you before, you just snobbed me, but, you know, I suppose that's it, mate. I've only been in Radial for 5 minutes. You're a bloody guru. Yeah, just keep walking, son. You just keep walking. Don't turn back. No, I'll see you later, right? Come and have a birthday drink with old Diggs. Here we go. Johnny Ricker, Race Parts Melbourne. What can you say? You talk about investment. We just talked about Sabolic's investment into radial racing in Australia. Johnny Ricker, of course, he got Jared Wood's Mustang. Of course, Jared ran the first 3 seconds in Australian Radial history with that car, and then Johnny took it over, and Johnny showed straight away he could steer just to the best of them. And I still remember that final, him and Burnsy, that final down there in Sydney. That was a drive job and a half, both guys. Fire inside the car for Johnny, it was crazy. Now he's bought this Camaro, twin turbo, I think Hemi deal on this deal. And all the gear, 5-speed gearbox in it as well, so 5-speed living. So he's trying to get 4,000 horsepower down through a torque converter and then through 5 speeds. Shane Crichton, well, it's a 1.5J, 2JZ Cressida. It's the world's quickest Cressida, bar none. It's gone, I think, mid-sevens easy, this thing over the quarter. He's going to come in and bump and have a bit of fun this weekend with the Radial boys for the very first time. Thank you, Johnny Ricker. Thank you, Shane Crichton. No, just spin. That wasn't the number for Johnny. He'd be swearing in the car. Crichton gets a good one. Remember, he's still got IRS in this thing. 489, 146 mile an hour. 120 in the 60. Now, that wasn't Johnny. Johnny's going to have to go back and try and tone a bit more of that 521 cubes down. I heard some runs from him. I heard a run earlier today from Johnny, and I heard some runs from last night with the car. They are on an initial drive line, I think, setup deal. They're trying to just get their heads around it. I mean, it did sound like it was slipping a hell of a lot last night in the converter part of it. And I think now that they're getting close to that, now it's got all the power that they couldn't put down because of the converter deal. But look, this is what happens when you get these machines. You can run these, you can continue to have moments of disappointment, but then we'll give you the moment you hit it properly, and that's what I think we all come back for the ones that truly stay and understand the nature of the beast, the small tyre racing especially, is that, you know, you can miss it a couple of times, but then when you hit it, it's poetry in motion. It's exactly the sort of thing that is a little bit spiritual. That's the only way I can describe it. A little bit spiritual. Now we've got Daniel Hookman there in the Capri going pretty well today, 576 for him. Now we've got Brent Coles out there, so we of course had Andy Coles 2 days ago take the VL down as the genuine 6-second street car. Drove it up here tonight too, did Andy. But here's Brent, he's going to be bumping in one of the only rotaries in the field. 13B turbo, auto on board. First, I call it cold converter syndrome. There he goes. Hookman goes 578 with an 8, so he's a little bit under what Ruckus will be tomorrow, but close to Renegade. And a good run there for Brent to start at 586 at 190 mile an hour. So theoretically, if he's in Ruckus tomorrow, he's on that 580 index, Brent, so he'll be tight. Hookman just went a little bit under with 578. So not too long before we should be towing 12 minutes till 6 o'clock. 12 minutes till 6 o'clock. Our small tyre shootout entrance. You should already know who you're matched up against. You should be coming into the lanes, at the back of the lanes, to find out whom you will be racing. Here's Reese Carkeet. Nice wheelie. It just runs in the family. It's just a Carkeet thing. It's wheelies everywhere. 576 with a 9. Reese had earlier run a 568. So a 76 and a 68, and then another 578. So the small tyre shootout tonight, thanks to our Outlaw mufflers and exhaust, and I think it was high-tech as well, I think. I just haven't found your email, Scotty. I'm looking in both your Gmail and the drain key one, and I can't find it. I suppose I can check the spam if I've got it. I'm sure I've got something going on here. It's been a bit of a busy day. I don't know whether you understand. But here's Nick Baxter. So look, Nick's having a crack here too tonight, which is good. I also have beside him Jack in the V, just missed the front VK. Kajukjija, that's Jack Kajukjija, that's KUJ UKD ZIJA. So that's Jack. Let's just call him Jackie K in the VK. Let's just call him Jackie VK. Baxter bumps in the little Lexus. Is that 3RZ power? I think it is. Jackie. VK Jack comes out beside him, 547 and a 605. Yeah, check that out. KUJ UKD ZIJA. Kajujia. I just think it's VK Jack. VK Jack, that's who you are tonight. We have a habit of making heroes out of people. We we know about Timmy, and Sammy. Look at this. Very impressed, very impressed. I'm already impressed anytime I go to a Kenda when I turn up. You're already automatically impressed, but when you see new cars, and check out Aaron Gregory. Bravo again, Aaron. ASG Motorsport down on the Gold Coast. You've got to hand it to Az. He's built some amazing things. I loved his hatchback with the little 330 cube small block. He's 427 cubes in the HR panel van. I absolutely love the car, and it's brand new, and it went 511. Dougie Day, he's had the VK forever. It's 308. It'll always be 308. These boys doing a bit of testing here tonight. Is it going to pay off for him? Oh, as it goes, typical panel van-itis, I call that. Any horsepower in a panel van, it turns into a wheel stand machine. Ask Tomo. 525 at 134 mile an hour for Dougie Day. That's the best run for him so far tonight. Aaron Gregory, I think he was trying to run a 4 with that HR on debut, but wheel stand got in the way, and he's bumped that thing back down, and yeah, a little bit of smoke out of protest there. But we're looking at that, and we'll be back underway as soon as we know that that's all cool. So we are scheduled about 9 minutes time to kick off with the street tyre shoot, the small tyre shootout tonight. $5 grand tonight, and a total of 30 plus grand by the end of tomorrow we've given away. So this is the sort of stuff these guys are serious about. And when we have a Kenda, we want to make sure that there's motivation for you guys to come, and why wouldn't it be when you can just see that, you know, all they do is they take care of the track, and the races will follow, and that's what they've done. And you know, there's a lot of people wanting to get their hands in here and have a good old vibe. It's the vibe. It's hard to explain. It's people building cars that they want, and you all just fit in no matter what you got. Whatever you want to identify as. If you want to be a street car and run off a foot brake and can maybe get to a 640, you're a Rumble. If you're not that quick, you can be a Rumble B, Renegade, Ruckus. We've got them all. We've got the Outlaw 235, 275 class. I think Hoff in the Corollas on a 235, because that's all that'll fit. Oh, Hoff! What a beautiful, beautiful wheel stand. Was that just for me? 534, 134 mile an hour. I will take that personally as a gift from you, Scott Hoffman. Thank you for that run. Fans, what do you think of that on a Friday night? Is that not what you want? This is the sort of stuff that we want. And Hoff wants it too. The guy that builds the car wants to do exactly that. It looks damn spectacular doing it. And here's a question early on. Hoff's a pretty big guy by stature. Look, I'm not going to share his weight with anyone other than he's as heavy as me. And that, you don't want to be that. So I think if he ever went left-hand drive in that thing, it might all just level itself out. I mean, he's still got 100 kilo odd bloke on one side of the Corolla. Mind you, on the wrong side of it, really. That 3RZ boosting under the bonnet. But that was a great run from the little car. Now, of course, we know Hoff from the 2JZ KE20, so it's a sickness. He's not the only bloke that's got a Corolla illness. Let me tell you, by the end of the night and by the end of the weekend, you'll see everyone else with a Corolla weakness. Actually, every type of weakness. You'll see it, and then you'll realise you've got the same weakness. And hey presto, we've got 50 more cars next year. That's what's happening. That's what we're seeing, folks. As we continue to do Kendas, we are continuing to see this. You can't make this stuff up. This stuff just happens organically. The tightness of the racing, the variety with parity, it just happens organically. We basically just say 2 words: bring it. Basically, bring it and see how you go. And I can't wait. We are 6 minutes away from the first round of small tyre shootout here on a Friday night. Willowbank Raceway, South Georgia. And this is the universal sound we hear all over the world on radial tracks everywhere, but we're so lucky to have it here in Queensland. And hold on to your hats, if we get back to Sydney, we can get back probably into Heathcote in the future. Whoa. I think we're itching for a bit of an Araby action too, if we can fit that in. Oh, just not enough time these days. It'll be interesting to see what does happen as we cement the plans for next year. I'm already thinking of next year. When you see what turns up and what hasn't turned up yet, we're already looking forward to the end of this year and the beginning of next year. This is the man himself that we were talking about before. That's Mr. Lotus Caravans, but it looks like his favourite is just getting pushed back in the brief moment there. That's a shame, but it's so good that George enjoys the sport as much as we do and is willing to just commit, so much time and energy to being a part of it. It's a hell of a scene, and he just wants to get hold of some wicked machinery, which he's got in spades, including, of course, the 86, which I think someone else was driving up until today, and masterly tuned too, JW, by the way. Let me shout that out to you quickly, JW. Been watching you the last couple of days, and the bloke is good at the craft. The job is to get it from there to there, and he does more times than not creep up onto it. He makes a fairly good educated first creep at it, and then after that, it's that fine increment, that fine line. And I love it when it comes off for all of our tuners. By the way, you see them all out there, and every vehicle is different. That is what we have come to learn and appreciate about radial tyre racing, is that everyone's caught up in the horsepower stakes. Everyone's caught up in every single area. The industry has certainly allowed us to furrow the trenches with horsepower, but they are very, very complicated and sophisticated machines, and they can have all sorts of systems on these things that are not only designed to make it run, but to make it survive. And sometimes you just get a little niggling issue that can sometimes slip in, and you can't say that that's not then the challenge for the fellas to go chasing after that. It's interesting that it's losing fire as he maybe plays with the trans brake there, maybe. Because I think when you need to go to reverse in a trans brake car, you've got to have your finger on the button as you get reverse, and it's just weird that it just cut out there for a bit. Unless that might have something to do with a sometimes an auto lockout deal. You would have a switch there to make sure it doesn't go there, and it can have all sorts of glitches, but whatever it was, it's gone, because here it is, it's running back under its own power. Now this is again a very famed and esteemed car. I think it was initially in the United States. I think it was initially an E-Canoe Lexus SCF, but here it is in the hands of George Jozefsky. And the man, you can tell by the man's caravans, like he's Mr. Lotus and various other RV brands. He is in the recreational vehicle business. So what he sends out the door in large numbers, he also expects to have when he rolls his own recreational vehicle out of the trailer. This is ironic that the guy that makes his living out of selling recreational vehicles owns a recreational vehicle like this, the same as Carl Cox. Guys that just want the need for speed, and will pay off here for Georgie. It likes it. 110 with the 64th. This is a good number. Oh, yes. 403. 196 mile an hour. Does that wake you up on a Friday night or what? Can we get the tail of the tape real quick? Can we get the 60? I think it was a 110 in the 60. I think it was a 110. I'll have a look. Here we go. 110 in the 60, 276 to 330, and a 403 at 196 mile an hour. Whatever those little niggling issues were for George trying to get that Lexus not only to do the burnout, but to reverse, but then to deliver a beautiful run. And JW, is that on a 275? I'm not up on the tyre. I'm not up on our tyres. Is it a 275? Is it the 315 on it for now? Feel free to message us up here and let us know. I am assuming, honestly, if that's on a 275, we should be raising the roof here in Australia already too, because that would then be the baddest 275 run we've ever had. But you can only hazard that things that epic might have a logical explanation, like, it's a 315. I think he was entered in the outlaw class. I did have the entry list here somewhere. In head office here, let's have a look. Amazing outlaw radial entry field, by the way. And just looking for in here. Jozefsky, yes, he was an outlaw, so you would assume he is on the 315, which is a dynamic pass nonetheless anyway. Let's not take anything away from that. That is a cracker run on 315. It'd be bloody blowing us up if it was on the 275, of course, but that's a crazy run, and good on him, George. makes all that hard work and commitment and investment worth it when it does all come together, and it did it so beautifully for Mr. Lotus Caravans, and that's got to have felt like a rush, and hats off to the whole crew for getting that down. So it shows that out there is pretty ready. I'd say when you peel off a 4:03 that we're ready at 6 o'clock now. So don't go, if you're going somewhere right now, you shouldn't go somewhere because you know it's 6 o'clock and you know that's round one of the small tie shootout. But if you've got to go to the toilet, you've got to go to the toilet. There's no point sort of sitting there wetting yourself, is it, if you've got to go, because that small tie shootout should be on track right now at 6 o'clock with their first pairings. That's what we were hoping on. We had the draw earlier on today, and those 16 for round one should be out there somewhere. So we'll be whacking those out there in just a sec. I think I've got them up here now. Here we go. Yeah, so round one tonight. So this is the update list. So this is the Outlaw Performance Exhaust and High Tech Oil Small Tie Shootout round one. The first pairings for tonight. These are the guys in no specific order. Obviously, once they find themselves, they'll race each other. Jamie Jeffries versus Scotty Cortina. Stephen Smith against Webby. Brett Benz against Joe. Billy Sicko Shelton against John Elfs. Now, I know you might have had a bit of a leak out of Sicko down the end there, or Sickus down the end there. He's against John Elfs, so wow, I'll tell you what, it was a great run there from John before. That's going to be tough. Steve Bazina and Tim Cross, so look, you know, Steve's trying to, he needed a safe one in there, I think, the testing this afternoon to make sure that he was ready for Timmy. Timmy came out firing last night, ran some good numbers. So again, pressure's on in that pairing. Trent Brimble and Jason Seng, so back in black. Trent Brimble, Jason Seng. Peter Anna Faulkner versus Andy Pawley. And Jason Gisotti against Mick Arnold, so that's an all-Holden match up there. So that's our schedule. 16-car first round small tie shootout coming up in just a tick. So it'll be interesting to see who prevails in that, considering that, yeah, not everyone's had an ideal afternoon or yesterday testing, for those that have even been testing since Wednesday, that, you know, various challenges with combos and setups. And again, trying to just start at the end of the day seems to be the preferred choice, as we don't get that middle of the day waste that we have been experiencing, where it just gets too hot and nothing ever works. But to have that cooling off track and you know, plenty of runs down it, reasonably well maintained. I mean, you know how much these guys fettle this track. It's the primo of their attention. So it's all the goal for them to make sure that everyone else reaches those goals of cracking times, not only through testing and then tomorrow. Some people will just turn up tomorrow. Half of these guys tomorrow haven't tested at all. They'll turn it up, pull it out of the trailer or drive it in or whatever, and then do battle over, probably learn in the first three qualifiers and then try and race in the next three runs. So we've got a lot of guys just turning up on the day tomorrow that are going to have to just set everything up in 3 runs. But if you can test, we certainly encourage people to test, because again, back to that whole recreational vehicle thing. These are the ultimate recreational vehicles for us. Here he is. So again, I'm not up on the name of our VH here in this lane, but I know that VH over there is driven by a kid. Well, he's virtually a kid. He's Jaden Seng. So Jaden, his dad out the front, Terry Seng. Of course, we know Terry from the old Brocky Commodore days. Look what happens. Next generation comes up. He's fresh out of Junior Dragster. He won a Pro Radial trophy here at 400 Thunder. And 400 Thunder, and then here he is at Kenda. They're so trying to run a 550. They're trying to back him into Renegade. This car has gone 440 with Dad driving, but as a first heads-up attempt in Kenda, they're trying to make it run a 550. It's got that much power. It's so super. Plenty of smoke. Oh, that's not good from the maroon one. A 5. There you go, Terry. 550 with a 6. Smoke out of the other commie. 017 light. This is where young Jaden Seng is going to execute tomorrow if they keep that car on a 550, and that's those 017 lights on the Pro Tree.
talking to Barney Lindner on the way up here. Barney will be out running tomorrow in his Camaro, but of course a junior dragster father that's seen this more laps of the Sing boys than I have, and says that at 400 Thunder, every time he faced the tree in that car, it was an O light. It was just chopping lights like nothing else. And there we go, like no pressure on him. It's a test run, and he bumps in and goes 550 with a 6 with an 017 light. So that's what all that hard work and dedication does sometimes. It pays off. You reach a goal, and that's the goal. So lo and behold, we do have an unfortunate situation right now in this lane, as you may have guessed when you saw the smoke running down that lane. And when a man straddles his legs like that, that is saying we've got to pick whatever's under here up. And he's not doing that to try and air his undercarriage out. I'm sure it probably helps too. A nice little breeze probably work, but right now we were scheduled for the 6 o'clock shootout. We were only literally 1 or 2 pairings away, and we've had this leak, and that's just what happens with it. So we can pick it up on the next session. I'm sure we can pick it up on the next session. The 6 p.m. start has obviously been delayed as we go to fetch what is coming. That is what has come out of that VH Commodore, which is a real shame. But hey, stick with us. There's nothing else that I would rather be doing Friday night. I think the footy's on, but it's only the Broncos. So, well, maybe that is a good thing. It's against Canterbury, by the way. So, if it didn't sound already unappealing enough. But we're going to be here till 10 doing testing tonight, and on the entry list it does say 65 that had enrolled to test today, and we've had a fair bunch of them do it. And we are encouraging them all to continue to roll around and try and get as many as they can if they feel, well, a lot of it's about getting their money's worth as well. I mean, it's not a cheap thing to do, to pay to hire, and you do want to get some runs in, and if you get some love and it all sticks and you get a bunch full of time slips, it's money well spent. You might have a night where you're chasing stuff, and a few extra laps up the staging lanes if you can get no waiting is a benefit. But you have delays like this that just knocks us all out, and it's just one of those things. Whatever was coming out of underneath that car, it'll be diagnosed. Hopefully it will be fixed. Hopefully it is nothing like something silly like a dipstick or anything like that, because there's a certain amount of stuff we would expect everyone should have on the car. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, and it's gone to the finish line, is it? Yeah, there we go. So, word for race control is about 20 minute. So that's what we got here, about 20-minute car. Maybe that's how we'll do the rest of the ETAs for the weekend. 20-minute, 5-minute. This one's going to be that. But that's all right. It's Friday night. A bunch of time slips. Hopefully we can still get from this. We are going to 10, as we said. So mouth-watering matchups. Jamie Jeffries and Scott Cortina, Steve Smith and Tony Webby-Webb. Tony on that last run, it was a wild run in that lane there, and it still, what did it go? 50 with a pedal, did a 50 with a pedal, so that was a pretty good run. Brett Benz and Joe Gauchi now, look, Benzie came out and got a little 5-0, 5-1, I think it was a 5-1 settler in there, so Goldie went down the track straight away, which was good. Concerning in this case for Benzie is that Joe Gauchi also on limited runs on the 275 went out and went a 442 on the 275. So let's see what happens in that run. Old Goldie and Joe Gauchi there in the staging lanes. Billy Shelton and John Elfs, that will be mouth-watering again. 2 different model Commodores. You've got the Elite Show car, and you got the other one, which I can only describe as absolute angry and purposeful. May not make the top 60 some of that, but I don't think the C&V guys care. It's one tough VT Commodore in there, so Show against the Go in that matchup, and then Steve Bazzina against Tim Cross. So all the Ford lovers out there. Cortina versus XW, Proline XW against virtually Proline small block Cortina. Trent Brimble and Jason Seng. So as we said, Jason back now in beautiful black colours and just as tough as ever. Trent Brimble, haven't heard much from Trent, so it'd be good to see Trent come out and line up. Same with Jamie Jeffries. Haven't seen his rig yet until we see him bump in. Peter Anaforta against Andy Pauly. So two people I can't wait to see what we've got in store from those. Jason Gisotti and Mick Arnold rounding out an all-Holden matchup. So HQ against HT, I think that you. Small block, I think, versus, I think he's still, Jason still might be big block in that thing. So there are small tie shootout pairings for round one, which are probably all in the lanes and which were only a matter of seconds away from running. But, you know, what they say in show business, sometimes you'll have that moment and we get oil. Take that goddamn name out of your mouth. We don't like it, and when it does happen, we've got to pick it up and we know how to do it. We've had plenty of practice, trust me. So let's get that done and get yourself refreshed, and don't forget that we are only sort of 18, 17, 16 minutes away from getting back on. So we'll roll a bit more tunes through, crack back here shortly once they've got it all nearly sprayed and ready to go. I'm sure when we get those guys fired up the very next time, I would hazard a guess we're going to go straight into that small tie shootout. Thanks to Outlaw Performance Exhaust and High Tech Oils. Back soon.
Hey guys, welcome to the Overtaking Lane headquarters. We're going to head out to Kenda, show you some of the action and show you the fastest radial races in Australia, because that's what Kenda brings. We've got an amazing prepped track. Kenda always delivers with the best prep for drag racing that you'll see. 8th mile racing at its best, radial racing in Australia at its best. This is what you get from Kenda. So you might have already seen some of the live footage we brought while we were out there, but now we've got a bit of a recap of our time out there and a few people we had a chat with. So pop down below, hit the like button, because you're going to like it. It's drag racing, and you're just going to like it. Come on, hit the like button. Leave us a comment as well, because that just helps the algorithms. You know, do that YouTube thingy. Hit subscribe, the notification bell, so you don't miss any of the upcoming videos in the next few weeks. But watch this, check out Kenda, and I hope you enjoy. All right, guys, I finally caught up with Disco Dean out here.
How you going?
Mate, we, of course, met you a few years ago with this car, mate, and was pretty blown away with it then, and it's good to see you back out. You've had it off the road for a little while.
Yeah, well, COVID and money and everything last year, so we tried to take 12 months off and then hit it again this year, but still COVID, so whatever.
Yeah, mate, and yeah, it is, yeah. Now, I've seen you even have this through Bunnings, mate. Is it?
Yeah, Bunnings, yeah, it's a work van.
It's a work van.
Yeah,
100% work van. Tell us a little bit about it. Obviously, Escort panel van.
So, Escort panel van, Barra, Ford Barra, FG turbo engine, head studs, valve springs, oil pump. It's got a Pro Boost 42 turbo on it, 2-speed power glide, and a 9-inch. It's on E85, and that's pretty much it. It's very, very simple.
And usually fairly reliable.
Yep, very reliable. Yeah, it's great. We are having problems today, but it's not like the first time ever. But
we've been talking about coming and having a chat to you about it for a long time, and now we come over when you have an issue.
Yeah, exactly. You finally come over, and yeah, we've got a problem. So I'm blaming it on you at this stage.
Thanks, mate. So what do you think? We can't quite work it out though at the moment. What's going on?
The problem is today? No, I think it's just a tuning problem, but we'll sort something out.
Yeah,
it'll happen.
Okay, because your first pass looked a little.
It spun off the line, but it was making too much boost.
Yep.
And then we're trying to figure out why it was making too much boost.
Yeah, okay.
So that's where it started, and now it's snowballed into something that's going on. I don't know. But Lee at Real Dyno, he's the one with the laptop, so I try and stay out of it.
Just let him do his thing.
It's just way over my head. I don't understand any of it.
Mate, now how long have you had it?
So I've had it about 3 or 4 years now. Yeah. So it had a Barra in it when I bought it. As far as I know, it got built about 10 years ago and never raced. I bought it off a guy in Mount Isa, and then we sort of went through everything and put the FG motor in it and the turbo and everything like that. So
all the airbrushing as well.
Yeah, so that's my wife and my boy on the inside of the door there.
So you take them racing with you every time?
Yeah, that's the idea. Yeah. And I got another car with the same in the other car, a little hot rod.
White one?
Yeah, the white one, yeah. So that's got my wife's portrait on the door as well.
I haven't noticed the... I'll have to have a look at that.
Yeah, I'll send you a photo. But yeah.
I've been checking that one out from the outside, but I didn't...
Yeah, that's where it started. I had the hot rod first, and then I'd done that on the door. And then when I got the van, I thought, well, we need to do this again. So I got a portrait done of my wife and my boy, and put them on the door. So
that's very cool.
Yeah, that's where it's coming about.
Now, what's sort of the best times you had?
So we PB'd at Jamboree was 870 something at 155, I think 157.
Yep.
And then we're here at Kenda today, which is the Radial Renegade class, which is a 550 cut-off class.
Yep.
So we try and get in the 550s, but we struggle sometimes. But 560s, 550s,
yeah, very capable.
That's the aim. Yeah.
Now, where did your passion for cars start, mate?
My dad, I guess. Yeah, that's an interesting question. Yeah, he's right into cars. He's got a hot rod himself.
Up with it?
So absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
He's just always had his head in a magazine, and
so you'll pass it on down now as well.
Hopefully, yeah. It's a good thing, man. Young guys getting into cars, it keeps them out of trouble. So
it is. It gets you something to spend your money on that won't get you in trouble.
I really push it onto young guys.
Yourself and come out to track, right?
Exactly. Well, that's in Australia. We have to go on the track, but it's a good sport to be in.
Yeah,
it definitely keeps people on the right line and out of trouble. So.
All right. Well, what was your first car, mate?
Escort van, mate.
Was it really?
You've done it.
An
escort van.
So this was the one you're like, wish I could always get that again.
So I had an FG Falcon for a while. That's what got me into Barras.
Yeah.
And then I was kind of like, well, what if we put this engine in something light, like an Escort?
Best of both.
It'd be good if it was an Escort van or a Capri. Capri was the other option.
Yeah.
And I had a photo of this on my phone, and I actually posted it on Facebook. I said, has anyone seen this car? Because I saved it from years and years and years ago.
Yeah.
And then a guy messaged me out of the blue and said, yeah, my boss owns it. So I spoke to him and bought it, and
well done.
Yeah,
that's brilliant.
Yeah, so it's a pretty cool story.
That is.
But yeah, so my first car was an Escort van, and Lee from Real Dyno, he had an Escort van when he was young, so we've sort of been right into it.
We know no one's going to get this out of you then, eh?
No, probably not. Probably not. And it's different too. I like the fact it's different.
Yeah.
Not many people race vans, especially Escort vans.
And mate, you're not afraid to get the wheels up in it.
No, I love it. Yeah, got to put on show for the crowd. That's the biggest thing.
Mate, well, we love that. We love that.
Yeah.
It makes you stand out. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's good fun.
Appreciate it, mate. Thanks for coming and having a chat
with us. No worries, mate. Anytime.
And get rid of those gremlins. We'll see you out there for another pass.
Next time, if it's not today, we'll be back.
Perfect. Thanks,
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Webby. Good to see you out here, mate. And you've been making pass after pass. It's looking pretty reliable out there.
Yeah, so far we're pretty happy. We've changed the diff gears in it, and we struggled a bit in Sydney just to get the tuner back to where we wanted it to be.
Yep.
But yeah, we did 4 solid passes Thursday, 3 yesterday that were a little sketchy, just in the big end chasing that, but today's been good.
Now, what's the best time of the weekend so far for you?
Well, so far 4:40 at 1:72, but the car's gone 4:37 before 4:38, so it's in the margin, but we're sort of chasing that 20 at the moment.
Yeah, mate, that's...
As everyone is?
Yeah, mate, get that two-way, but there's a lot of work goes into it, isn't there?
There's a huge amount, and honestly, I couldn't do it without, Con's been with me since 2014, does all my tuning and that side of things, gives me a bit of coaching, and all the boys that help me out, Dave, Grant and Mel, you couldn't do it without them.
Yeah, mate, and but it's a family affair for you as well.
Yeah, very much. My young fella's around here somewhere terrorising the place. I call him a crew chief because he's the one that pushes us and busts my balls all the time to get things done. And my wonderful wife, she puts up with so much of this stuff. Like between the junior racing and this, we've been pretty well at the track solid for a good couple of months.
Yeah, mate. I always see something, and I notice the young fella loves his tinkering as well. I've been watching these. Getting into a bit of everything.
Yeah, look, he's a bit of a figures man, and he's always watched Con and even Frank back in the day, and just been interested in tuning. And I said, if you're going to tune, you need to understand the mechanical side of the engine. I don't profess in any way to be a mechanic or a tuner. I just drive.
Yeah.
And so we've been pushing him a little bit to do a few little jobs here and there for work experience, and he took on some mechanical work. And loved it. So hopefully, if he follows that through, Con's going to teach him a bit more, and some of the other boys feed him some info on how to read data and that. So we'll see where it leads.
Mate, that's pretty cool. Now, you've obviously, had a lot of cars over the years yourself.
Yeah, a few.
Just a couple.
Too many.
Mate, where did it start for you? Where did the passion come from?
Honestly, my uncle. When I was a little fella, my uncle used to race a little Hillman Hunter down the Gold Coast, Service Paradise, and I was always into it. I thought it was the coolest thing ever. And tinkering with cars, then when I sort of got to 17, 18, all the boys would rush off chasing girls, and I just bought and sold in cars and played with them, and always wanted to race. But I didn't want to do it and make a fool of myself either. I wanted to wait until I could afford to do it properly and until my business was successful. So it's really been since about 2013, 2014, we've had a red hot go at it.
Yeah. So, and I guess a lot of people here like that, they've had all these dreams over the years, and then, you get a business and you work at it and you start to be able to put a bit of money into something.
Absolutely. I mean, because it sucks a lot of cash, no matter what, it sucks a lot of money. The guys that can build their own engines and build their own cars still have to contribute a huge amount of money to it, So I've been fortunate with my business, and we've got to the point we can do it, and having good people around you, Like I've had a lot of help from Sam Fennick at West End Engines. He builds my motors. Con from Wollongong Automotive obviously does the tuning. Matt Marsh at Pro Street Industries did the cars set up originally, back from Leroy. A lot of really good guys, so spend your money the wise way and do it right the first time, and you get some good results.
That's brilliant. Now, what about your first car? What was it?
I don't know if I want to say.
That's why I had to ask.
My first car was a HQ Monaro. I had a 253 4-speed.
Come on, that's all right.
Four-door, the four-door. And my mum wouldn't let me have it. I was 16. She didn't like it, so I had to sell that, and I bought a Gemini. So I went from high to low, but first car was HQ Monaro.
Yeah, mate, I'm happy to have either of those still today.
Oh, mate, if I had that car now, I'd probably have another race car.
Yeah, that's it. Mate, well done. Thank you for having a chat to us.
Anytime.
And, mate, keep enjoying it out there, and we'll wait and see if you get that 2.8 later today.
Fingers crossed,
Maybe when these temperatures drop down a bit, eh?
Well, I keep telling the boys I want to get one of those nice big checks, and I don't want it to be a consolation prize, as Matt McCarthy keeps telling me. So we'll see how we go, eh?
Good on you. Thanks,
Cheers.
mate.
Thanks, buddy. Thank you. Cheers.
Nathan, I had to come and grab you now because I reckon, mate, your heart's probably still going like this.
Yeah, true that, though. True that, mate. It's happening.
Reach for the sky, mate. You get one of those, bumper squad stickers on there now, or what?
Oh, yeah, might be close, eh? Hopefully I crack into that. It'd be nice.
Mate, and did it still get a good time?
Yes, it did, mate. It went a PB on a 6:35. So that's the fastest the car's gone on the 8th. So, now we just got to slow it down a bit. Not that we want to, but to stay in the rumble class.
Yeah. Mate, and I can see the smile on your face as you've come up. Just then, you obviously just love that run.
Yes, mate. It was exhilarating, and looking at the sky up to my late father, which has been heavily involved to where we are.
Mate, that's good. Now let's get a bit of the story of the car.
Yeah.
So, mate, we've seen it around a bit, and I spotted you in the lanes today, and Brad and I were talking before, and I said we've got to go and have a chat to him this time. We've got to get him on. And mate, tell us a little bit about the car and the build.
Actually owned the car for like 23 years.
Yep.
And then about 4 years ago, it was time to do something streetable instead of a small block.
Yep.
Dad was a heavy Ford man, and Chrysler, hand in hand, so we mated them together, and Johnny Munro has done all the fab work, and Lee and the boys from Real Dyno have, pieced everything together for me and Dad to where it is today, and Jared from Matheson Street Paint and Panel resprayed it all for us, and the car speaks for itself, and it keeps going around. It's gone places where we didn't think it'd go, street machine and everything.
I've spotted it in street machine, yeah. So it was a beautiful spread in there, definitely. But it's such a nice car, and the colour and the combination, everything you've got going on here, mate. It looks really good.
Yeah. Thanks heaps, mate. I appreciate all the coverage and the support. It's certainly a lifelong dream to continue what we're doing and take it on for Dad as well.
And that passion for cars, that came through you through Dad as well?
Absolutely.
Grew up with it?
Yeah, used to go to surface, and then the first time here Willowbank opened in '85, the storm come through and I was standing on the 44-gallon drum, so it's in the blood, unfortunately. It's a good thing to have, and my daughters are certainly they're heavily involved with me and everything as well. So, without them and that, it doesn't happen either at home behind the scenes.
And I think that's the important thing that, if people don't realise it, I try and highlight this all the time, it is really a family thing. Cars, it involves family. It does for us and the channel with Tyler and my wife, Sally, and, it's a family thing. And then we talk to everyone, and there's some family link to cars that keep family together. It's not about hooning and all everything else we see, right? No,
mate, there's no hooning involved. It's just a passion, like going to work every day, and people have got to understand that. And it's two different sectors,
Exactly.
We're the pride and joy sector, and the passionate ones in the sport, and it's a healthy sport to have.
And they need to get out and have a go reaching for the sky and putting wheels up in a place like this, right?
Every bit of it, mate. It's the best place and a top event that the boys from Kenda and everything, put on, and it's come a long way, So, and the street drags out at Lakeside at home and everything, I've been involved out there over the years with other cars and that. And that, so it's great to be a part.
You have been running this a fair bit on the 1/8 mile street drag. How do you go with the traction out there? You go from such a great prep track at a Kenda event, like possibly one of the best prep tracks you're going to get, right, in Australia. Yeah. And then you go out to somewhere like a Lakeside 1/8, which I've been there and had a go. It's pretty bloody slippery.
It does get a bit marbly under the boots, mate.
And I haven't got this sort of power, so.
Yeah, no, it's certainly a bit marbly. You've got to stay off the heavy foot, mate. The other week I got a bit excited and laid it down a bit, but got off and got back on it and still got the win. So, but it's not about the win. It's just about the passion and the enjoyment and the community. That's what it is at the end of the day. But it's certainly a task and a half out there.
Yeah, well, I can see you guys are all here together, you're hanging with the mates and the family and mate, you've got a good setup here too, hey?
Yeah, mate.
Make a weekend of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Been looking forward to it. Through last year we did a couple of testing events and everything like that. So But yeah, this is the proper go today, so see how we go.
I reckon you won't miss too many Kendas going forward, eh?
Definitely not, mate. 110% on it.
Good stuff. Thanks for having a chat.
All right, thanks heaps, guys. Thank you.
Well, guys, that was Kenda, but not all of it. There's more to come. Yes, still more Kenda. We just love Kenda. There's more interviews, more drag racing, more coming next week's video. So go down, hit subscribe, hit the little bell so you get notified when the next video's up. Don't miss out. You can also even become a member of the Overtaking Lane channel and help us continue to grow the channel and get some of this Australian radial racing out there to the world. So we love your support, and just hitting like, leaving us a comment, or even just watching and sharing with your friends, it all helps. So we really appreciate everything you guys do. But there's some new merch available. Don't miss the merch drop. We've got new hats, heaps of other bits and pieces on there, window banners, lots of stuff at the moment. New stubby holders. Check it all out on the website, overtakinglane.com.au, and we'll see you for more Kenda action next week. Don't miss out. See you there. Stay in the right lane.
What's up, Overtakers? Here we are, Kenda Part 2 today. How awesome is that? 2 weeks of radial racing in a row at Queensland, the Radial State, Willowbank Raceway. Heading out to the radial track put on by Kenda. Awesome event, checking it out. It's got some of Australia's best radial racers hitting the track, making 3-second passes at over 200 miles an hour. It's the place you want to be at, checking this one out. So make sure you leave a comment down below for the algorithm. Hit subscribe, hit like if this is the sort of videos you like to see, and we'll get right into the action.
Here we go. First pass of the day, 1:02.9 in the 60.
down here with Hot Rod Williams. Mate, we hear the call come out. This car always gets everyone excited when you get out there. Yeah,
That's pretty cool.
Cross flow?
Yeah, old taxi motor, push rod engine.
Fair dinkum, with a hell of a supercharger hanging on it.
Yeah, it's probably only a pup really, a 471. So yeah, but in saying that, it's been pretty good fun.
What sort of weight in the actual rod itself, mate?
Weighs 2150 pound. Yeah. In old school terms.
Old school terms. Yeah, I'm going to have to go put that into Google and have a look and work that out.
I'll give you something to do.
Mate, I mean, it's always pretty reliable. We see you out here all the time.
Yeah, thanks. Not too bad today. Track's actually sponges before, but we went 6:45. I think we might even be sitting at top qualifier at the moment. So, but there's still a few hours left in the day. So, yeah, it's going good.
Mate, well, how long have you owned this?
Mate, I built the car in about 95.
Oh, okay, yeah, right. So you've been running.
Minute? Was that exactly 20? Anyone have that in stopwatch? Was that 20 minutes? We're close. We're very, very close. The guys did a great job of picking up whatever it was down there. It definitely wasn't roadkill. I don't think roadkill takes that long to pick up. But they've picked up that oil, and we are sprayed, wrapped, and glued, ready to go. Now I think we've got a couple of pairings to come, or a couple of solos that may be testing. We might hold them up and set the new two, but it does sound like we are firing up with a bit of action. But we won't be in the small tyre shootout just yet. That'll be only a pass or two away. Thank you for your patience. Friday night, small tyre shootout. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. This is just a test night. These guys pretty much new to the radial scene. They've dabbled. They've had a crack. They've got a taste for it. They want it bad. That's right. We're talking about Paul Merry and Andrew Zada, the boogeyman. Check, 1, 2, check. Let's make sure we are coming through their overtaking lane. A message back for that check. I'm just messing with the PA panel up here. But getting no response from the mound level here, or the actual track monitor here, not giving us any levels. But if you guys have got levels downstairs, that's good on the overtaking lane stream. Give us a bit of a message there to make sure that's all good, boys. That's all good, Tyler, thank you. Paul Merry and Andrew Zada. Boy, talk about investment in the sport of radial racing. Paul Merry went 413, getting that Nova down the track very nicely indeed. Andrew Zada, the boogeyman, Pro Charge Camaro, brand spanking new in the seat this year. A new radial heroes in Australian radial racing, doing a little bit of testing this Friday night. Oh, boys, I got it all there. 107, 108, what a run off by Zada. Oh, 410, 411, 410, 411. Early shut off for Zada. 107 in the 60. 107 in the 60 for Zada. 108 for Merry. 090 to a 10 light. I can't believe we just spent 25 minutes in the silence waiting for the oil down the clear up. We give it a little bit of a spray. We put two guys beside each other that were just testing. Wasn't supposed to be a race, but what a race it when they both stuck. Whoa, we're out of there. 107, 108 in the 60. 275 for Paul Merry, a 410, 181.98 mile an hour, and a 411, 156. Zada was off the throttle before the 660. The data log is no doubt going to tell them that was exactly the case there. The 156 mile an hour trap speed is enough to tell us that he did exactly that. Big shout out to Brooke Shaw, Bump City baby. My secret to being 82 is don't smoke and drink until you're 50. That was my role. That's how I got to here. I wasn't a smoker and drinker until 2 years ago, and just can't stop me. Great run. How's that? Like straight out of an order. So are we ready? Does that tell us if we just have, and again, that's PB for both guys there, right? That's a PB for both guys, and they should be happy. It's only, again, Friday night test night. It's not like we're in the middle of an event or anything. Or are we? It's a 4-day Radial festival, is it not, Dave Reed? He's just in a daze. He's just been smashed with the amount of Radial brilliance the last couple of days here. I turned up on a Friday night, all fresh and cuddly and cosy, ready to rumble. And here we are. This could be, it is, and should be, the first pairing of our small tyre shootout, is it not? I think it is. I think that's Scott Cortina against Jamie Jeffries. I think it is. That's Jamie. I think that's Jamie Jeffries and Scott Cortina. Even though I thought Scott, unless Scott's still, it is them. There we go. Confirmed by head office 3581 and 7360. So Jamie Jeffries and Scott Cortina, round number 1. So Scotty Cortina, of course, going to bring back the HG Prem with the Pro Charge big block eventually. But you know what? Let's still play in the Fox body. And what about this for an all Fox body matchup? Gotta love this one. Turbo versus Nitrous small tyre shootout. Outpour exhaust and high-tech oils. Oh, red light for Jamie. Good lead by both guys. But Scotty Cortina, he's got the rabbit's foot on the Nitrous plate. 485 the win. A red light there for Jeffries and a quicker 467. He had Scotty Cortina on a plate in theory. But hey, welcome to Radial Racing, Jamie Jeffries. That's your first cherry in competition, and you won't get a chance at the 5K now, but Scotty Cortina will. Tail of the tape, let's have a look at the lights. An 061 minus, it was barely a cherry. 0.061 light to a 128, 117 in the 60 for the Gazzard brothers. 118 there for Jeffries, 309. So look, that Mustang, 309 to 330, the orange car, the turbo car, 318 for Scott, 485 to the stripe for Scott Cortina at 152, and a 467 with a 7. Great run from Jamie Jeffries, but just a little too sharp on the button. And that's our first matchup of that small tyre shootout tonight. I want another. Do you? Let's bring it. Here we go. Hold the phone. This is the one I told you about. So Brett Benz, the Warwick Panel and Paint. Beautiful VL we call Goldie. Joe, I'll give 275s a crack. Gouchy beside him. So Joe's first, look how tiny those tyres are on Joe Gouchy's car. I mean, that Mustang always sat low to the ground, but that's ridiculous. He's got 540 cubes of big block Pro line on board. Brett Benz has got one neck level small block VL Calais. Got Terry Singh out the front there. Maybe tweaking Goldie. He's going to need every bit of that 4-second performance, Brett Benz. Normally an OG 275 car. Joe Gouchy, normally an outlaw Radial car, but's gone to the 275 tyre in a chance to try and win 5K tonight. Come on, Benzie. Of course, everyone's running to Myer in their own categories, but tonight the small tyre shootout, 275 and smaller. Up City, baby! Clean green, little bit better for Benzie, but oh, look at him run from there. Joe Gouchy on a 275, 435, 435 for Joe Gouchy. Brett Benz a 496, and it was a better reaction time there for Benzie. A 496 is not a bad run though, considering that the car itself down about 1,000 on his opponent. But a good one there for Brett Benz, a 496. A win to Joe Gauci, 435. 435. I didn't get the speed. See if I can't roll that over. It'll come up now. 178 mile an hour. 178 mile an hour. So great matchup. And again, I wish I caught the 60 on Joe's run there too. That was a good run for him. Well, Peter Faulkner and Andy Pauling. Andy in the wagon. Peter Faulkner. Careful. Bumps in a quick ring. Peter Faulkner, 197 reaction time, 529 the win. Andy Pauling had a crack. 930 for the long roof. Now we've gone 960, 965 and 993. So that's a PB for Paulie in the wagon. And the win there for Peter Faulkner with a 529, 134. So he got one in the bag. He's through round one. That's the end of the wagon for tonight too. But tell you, thanks for competing in round number one. Small tyre shootout, thanks to High Tech Oils and Outlaw Performance Exhaust. Plenty of sponsors in here tomorrow, including Outlaw Radial, Fuel Tech USA winner. Thank you, Fuel Tech USA. 5K. Race Parts Melbourne runner-up 2K, and Bolt King Capalaba outstanding Outlaw Radial car, $500. Outlaw 275, 1,000 paid tomorrow thanks to Spot On Performance and Fabrications, runner-up 500. And the most outstanding Outlaw 275 car gets 500 thanks to Finance Next. Outlaw 235 brought to us again by Haltech, 1,000 the win, 500 the runner-up. Can you see how this money's adding up already? Enemies Racing Australia, outstanding Outlaw 235 car, pays 500 as well. Our OG, our first ever OG 315 class, thanks to Lotus Caravans, thank you George. $1,000 the win, 500 the runner-up. And thank you Impact Ground Services for 500 for the outstanding OG 315 car of tomorrow. OG 275 thanks to Outlaw Performance Exhaust and 500 the runner-up from them. And thank you 60 Foot Inc. for an outstanding OG 275 car, $500. We are up there. Wait till we start talking about Simon O'Carroll and Radial Renegade shortly. Well, we've got the next pairing coming up here on Friday night at the Kenda 660. Mick Arnold and Racing Jason. All the Holden lovers out there. Got a nice choice. HT or the HQ? Blown and injected or twin turbo small block? Now I think Mick could be... Look, honestly, if you're racing for $5,000, I know Mick's trying to get some runs in on the 235, but he's fooled me on more than one occasion. I would assume, and this will make me look like a fool again for the 10th time tonight, that he might have 235s on the play tonight. He can have 275s, and he's normally done his best runs on 275s. And if you are racing for $5,000, if I was Mick Arnold, I'd have a 275 on the back. Bud City, baby! Oh, wheel stand for Racing Jason, but you don't win a race with wheel stands too often. 5.15 for Mick Arnold. 5.15 for Mick Arnold, and Racing Jason, a valiant 5.73 out of the HQ. Nice big wheel stand for him. Nice hit on the throttle. That's the thing about blowers, isn't it? He did 132 on the back tyres, did Jason Chizotti. I'm sure he was triggering the 60s on the back tyre. Mick Arnold went across the ground with a 146 60 foot, so it was actually Chizotti in the HQ a little bit sharper to the 60 on the back tyres than Mick. Mick walked that thing out at a 146 in the 60. We don't have a 330 foot ET in that lane. So we don't have that 330 foot time in that lane, just saying, which is the rocket lane. All right, here it is, the VT, one of the angriest VTs I've ever seen. And it's such a sleeper. We're talking about John Elfs. Now, he's up against Billy Shelton, apparently. Is Billy there? I know that Billy was supposed to be there. I can't see him. If we couldn't get a reserve, he's already in. We might have actually had, because I think we had a reserve. We did have a couple of reserves, and I think Peter Faulkner's got in as a result. Maybe we don't have even Billy Shelton. So it might be the win there to Vic and Billy on a no-show. So that was seeded together. Billy's call broke after that last run. I hope you're okay, Billy. I hope Sicko's not too hurt. So a free run in round one. Johnny Elf's into the second round. This is a tough LS VT. You talk about OG 275 tomorrow. This could be the killer. Bump City, Johnny. Oh, I like it. You can hear it on the wastegates a little bit there. 127 and a 60 foot. Yeah. 474. 159 mile an hour. That's going to be one tough OG 275 car tomorrow. But tonight, he just might get in the way of a few of these guys towards 5K in the small tyre shootout. So next, I think Smithy and Webby. Oh, wow. Here we go. Last one of the round. Marquee matchup. Local derby. Is that north side versus... Is it north side versus east side, I think? Webby's north side. I'm in team north side. I'm on the north side, so I'm going for Webby. Webby has had some steers this afternoon, let me tell you. Got down a 50 with a pedal this afternoon. That should be enough to at least be alongside Joe. But here's Steve Smith. Steve Smith into the 450s as well. So Turbo LS against Turbo Big Block on a 275 tyre. Talking to Ricky Fenwick before after the run, and he goes, it's just so stressful as a tuner to try and make something stick when you normally be tuning a car with 315, and then Smithy wants to get into the small tyre shootout, so wants to go the 275, and Ricky goes, he does feel a bit of pressure to try and tune that car to make it just go down the track and work. And he's already succeeded to a pretty fair extent. The ETs don't lie. He's been in there. 457 this afternoon, but Webby rather, went 451. So on paper, these guys are only been within 600ths of each other in performance this afternoon in testing. So Mustang versus hatchback Tirana, big block Tirana against LS Mustang. Who goes to the next round of the small tyre shootout thanks to Outlaw Performance Exhaust and High-Tech Oils? We'll find out in about 4.5 seconds time for when they let the button go. Friday night! Webby! Trying to get it in. Couldn't bump it in. Had that moment. Got timed out. And really, if we look at the video, it's probably true. It's a 7-second timeout. 481 for Smithy. Gets the win. But I'm pretty sure that's a good old-fashioned timeout. No other way. Once that bulb's in, and we'll explain it, I'm sure we'll be explaining it again tomorrow, but we'll explain it now, is that we run on a Pro Tree, heads-up Pro Tree. So when someone puts 2 bulbs on, and your opponent's got 1 bulb on, there is an automatic timer kicks off in the CompuLink, which is the timing system. And it counts a 7-second time there. So from when that happened to when that happened, that was over 7 seconds. That just timed out. Now, Smithy was in there for a bit before he lit the wick. I'm sure if we look at the video, I wish we had the video. I don't have the video. Do you have a video? Went in, didn't light it straight away, and you wouldn't. Put it in, one bulb, didn't light the wick, then proceeded to light the wick, and then lit it for a while, and then turned it back, come back off the throttle, and then Webby went to start, and it was about that time that he started his staging and bumping procedure, that by then it was 7 seconds. I'm sure if we ever watch the video back, that's what it'd be. So Jamie Jeffries, Joe Gauci, Peter Faulkner, Mick Arnold, John Elfs, and Steve Smithy Smith are our winners from round 1 of the small tyre 5,000 shootout thanks to Outlaw Performance Exhaust and High-Tech Oils. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Or is this one more pairing that we... Yeah, Trent Brimble. No, this is Trent Brimble. Supposed to be against Jason Seng. So this is the last pairing because I just think, oh, well, one pairing. So Mick Vella's in there again. Mick Vella's out of nowhere. Bump City, baby. Villain versus our little Dado Flalon, please lead. Della's going to get one in here, but it's Trent Brimble that's going to get the win there. 484, and Della goes, what a great comeback, 580 for Mick Della. So he's gone in to make the numbers up. Now that was supposed to be Trent Brimble against Jason Seng, so no Sengi for round one by the look of that. So that does wrap up our, that's now 8. Hang on, we've still got Timmy here. We've got one more pairing. Tim Cross and Steve Bazina. Start wrapping it up when we're not even done. It's only because I ran out of page room on the page. I thought that's it, but no, we've still got one more. We've got 16 cars. We need 8 winners. So far, those winners are Scott Cortina, Joe Gauci, Peter Faulkner, Mick Arnold, John Elms, Steve Smith, Trent Brimble. But now we need to know between these two guys is going to make up the 8th. Righto. I don't know which way to go there. Again, I can go for Timmy being, north side. I can go Timmy being north side. I do. This has got to be one of my favourite ever, and I'm sure you're at too. Hands up, all those people think that this is their favourite XW Falcon. If you could have a favourite XW, would this be your favourite XW? It's got to be. Proline, I know Frank's got one too. That's a fair XW, I must admit as well. Frank's is a fair XW as well. Big shout out to What Up G, Dodsy, Alan Dodds, watching live, testing 2 weeks, the What Up GRX2. Dodsy, I still think there's a Radial car somewhere in there, mate. I know you love the clutch pedal, I know you do. So we'll have to work something in there, a little 13B proof, we'll put something in there, Aspo. Maybe in the 640 class or something. All right, Steve Bazina, Timmy Cross. Where do you put your money? They're both out of the Dandy Engine stable. So the tune-ups, are they set for kill? Are they set for survival? Bump City, baby! Oh, clean green, all wheels in the air! It's all zing, zing, zing! Who gets it? It's Bazina. Timmy zinged it a little bit further out. Steve had already given it up. And then Timmy gets off it. And then Bazina gets the win. And a 462 with the pedal. Timmy Cross 474. But the win to Bazina on a pedal, little late run zinger. 070 light for Tim. 078 light for Bazina. 119 to the 60 for the Cortina. 117 to the 60 for the big XW. That's a big XW. 306 to 330 for Bazina. He was already off the throttle after that. Zingy went. And then Timmy a bit further down zinged it, and then he got off it, and then Steve's back on it, 462 at 155, 474 at 122 for a very gallant effort from Tim Cross. So that is Bazina and Trent Brimble and Steve Smith and John Elfs and Mick Arnold, Peter Faulkner, Joe Gauci and Scott Cortina. Our round one winners in the Outlaw Performance High-Tech Oils Small Tyre Shootout, and I no doubt would assume that we'll get those guys back, if we can, a little bit earlier than what we initially thought we could get them back on, because we had that delay right near 6 o'clock, which was only an hour ago, if we do remember. Geez, a lot's happened in that hour, I can tell you. We've seen great match, great run there between Paul Mary and Andrew Zeta. That was a great run. Some other great pairings in there as well, including all of our small tyre shootout competitors. Absolutely awesome to see. So good to see. Plenty more testing happening here in the next 3 hours. And let me tell you right now, if you do want to get these runs tonight, if you are testing, you know that you've got to be a little bit urgent. I know that this is a relaxing form of recreation for a lot of people, and it's good to get some, especially if your car's behaving itself and you get some good runs in. But again, use those lanes as efficiently as you can right now, i.e. if you're ready to go and do it now, don't do it later. because we are looking, and this will be the rule, we are not going past 10 o'clock. Let me just say, it's been made perfectly clear that this is enough time between now and 10 to sow your oats for the next 2 hours and 58 minutes. So, as long as you're clear, that's what they'll be looking to do tonight until the end of the night. Until 10 o'clock on the dot. We want to be done by then. Anything after that won't wash. You can't use the, I was on New South Wales, is this on Queensland time, is this on New South, is this on New Zealand time? It doesn't matter. If it's on our watch and it's after 10, well, you'll be pushing back, I'm afraid. And really, that's the birthday party to go to and everything, don't you? It's my 52nd birthday party tonight. I don't know where we're going. I assume it's somewhere between here and over there. Nathan Peters having a bump in here. This is going to be a little bit of what's on tomorrow. Valiant versus HK. Barra-powered Valiant. Doesn't get an ET purely because he did not stage the car. It bumped out. And as early as 673 and 674, you can go back in the lanes and get an ET. 638 is an improvement for entrant 6136, which we don't have the name of yet. I can flick through the very vast entry list here and try and match up 6136, which we're attempting right now. And it can be still another number there for today and another number for tomorrow, which does happen sometimes. If you need a number for today, you've paid for the day licence. Normally you would have to pay for the one tomorrow as well if that's the case. That's the rules. But I can't find that number. I'm still looking through all the rest of the list. Trying to find that. By tomorrow they should all miraculously appear on the screen. Cannot find it, I'm afraid. We will know who that person is tomorrow. We do know it was Nathan Peters from previous events. And I think coming out here, if this is the VL, this could be Jimmy Whitehurst. I'll check his number. Here he is. And you know what? In order for me to prepare for an event, I don't like looking at entry lists purely because it gets me excited. I'm sure I should know who's coming, but I love it when you don't know because then you get pleasantly surprised. Like now, I could not wait to know that the Black Ute is back. James Horan is back. The Black Ute, the FKN BLK UTE. Doing it in true James Horan style. Built by himself, tuned by himself, driven by himself. Twin turbo Hemi Hilux. Whatever he gets, he deserves. But you know what? I would be a happy man to go to my grave tomorrow if we did see a 3 out of this Ute, because the guy deserves it. He's been in the low 4s for a long time. Always played at the pointy end. Jimmy Whitehurst, well, this has had a long history, this VL. Now an LS, used to be an RB. Bump City, baby. Nice one. Oh, James has got plenty. We know it's got plenty. I think he just gave us a taste. 505 for the VL, 119 in the 60. James walked the Hilux off at 130 in the 60. It was about there that the power started to come on, and it went into a nice little power stand there as the Hilux's power was applied to the track. 333 to the 330 foot, and a 541 at 103 mile an hour for the Black Ute. And it's good to see that he is still just going to creep up on it. But you know where the limit is on these cars? It's right there. It's a wheelie. Once in a while, it can just be that. So welcome back, James. And good to see you too, Jimmy. All right, this man, Juan. Now, I think I spoke to Juan about this car. It was triple charged. I think I did think he was intending on removing one of the power adders. It might have been the nitrous. I don't know. I always thought the nitrous was essential in lighting the whole shebang, unless he got one part of the shebang removed. It might have been, I don't know whether he got rid of the blower or not. I'll have to go through my texts. But he's on the 235 again here, Juan. So cracker 4 with this thing would be just incredible. Goes for a little walk there, but still not a bad run. 5:29 at 1:35 for one compound Kudnik. There, Bump City, Dodsey, Bump City. Big shout out to Cole Wilshire giving us the birthday shout out. I'm looking through my text here with Juan just to see whether or not I'm sure he shared that with me when he was going to do that. I'm just going to go through there. It might have been hacked there as well. A little bit of hot water talk there. He was talking about hot water systems there for a bit, but no, I thought he might have gone out on one of the power outages there, just out of memory. I think there was something that was a restriction in the system. Might have been the blow. Might still have that turbo in the boot. Can someone check next time Juan's there? Just pop the boot, see if that turbo's still in there. At least we know that's one thing that's still there. See if the nitrous bottle's there as well. If the nitrous is gone, maybe that's what it was. But working pretty well. All right, big shout out to Cole Wilshire, working his backside off, hoping to drop the hammer again soon on some of his amazing horsepower. Johnny Ricker, come on, is it Johnny's turn? Come on, Mr. Ricker. Race Parts Melbourne. We want you to thrive as well. We want you to hit the mark too, sir. We know the track is ready for you, sir, if you would care to hopefully have ironed out some of the gremlins in this amazing 5-speed deal. No, straight up on the nose. Straight up there, it just goes spin, spin, spin. And again, as we say, this car is reeking with the technology, with the converter and the 5-speed in it and everything like that. And just for it to, as the power goes, whether or not there's an effort to try and take so much power out of it that now it's only going to use 2,000 out of the 4,000, but even then, not maybe all the puzzles are working there because they do have so many parts of the puzzle. One thing that absolutely caught my eye this afternoon, and I think we've explained this before on elite radial cars, is the shift in physics that's required to plant that tyre initially. So that initial grip as you put power down has to be coming as a movement in the rear suspension. I watched Wade's 57 tonight on that 368 just whack that stuff down. Like, it just whacked that suspension right down. I almost expected it to zing. It whacked it down so hard, it almost should have just spun. I mean, it should have just spun. It almost bumped back a bit, but it just took off from there and was incredible. I didn't even get the 60 on that. We'll have to find it. I'm sure Lukey Marsden can message us that, or Wade or Dad can message that. Simon O'Carroll, he's having a crack out there tonight. So's VK Jack. VK Jack, he went 5:47 before. He's now gone 5:34. So little bit better for VK Jack, but Simon O'Carroll, he goes with a bit of a hit there on the rat bag. The blower, the horsepower delivery on the blower, just zinged the rear suspension out of that car. And of course, we've got to thank Simon O'Carroll and Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools for the Radial Renegade prize pool tomorrow. $1,000 the win, 500 the runner-up. Suspension Dynamics, Saints Macca, outstanding Renegade car, $500, and Kenda tyres, closest to qualifying time, bonus, $500. I'll have to explain this to everyone when we get a chance. There is a Kenda tyres closest to qualifying time. So we're asking a few guys in their various categories, when they entered their car, to nominate a nominated, not a dial-in, it's a nominated qualifying time, what you'd hope to qualify in. The one closest to that nomination at the beginning of entry will win $500 thanks to Kenda. That's right. How good's that? We also got to thank Radial Ruckus 580 Index now to RC Metalcraft. So thank you RC Metalcraft for $1,000, 500 the runner-up. And thank you TRIM, which is the tile re-glue injection method, Southeast Queensland. Outstanding Ruckus car, 500. And again, the Kenda tyres closest to qualifying time bonus, $500. Here's Shane Crichton, all the way from Sydney up here for the. He's been up here for Jamboree before, but never a Kenda. IRS in the back, 1.5 JZ in the front, and it is the quickest Cressida in the world. Nice run, 119 to 60, 487 at 147 mile an hour for Kreitz. 487 at 147 mile an hour. IRS and everything, I think. Great run from him. I was trying to look at his other ETs that he'd run today, but he's really hit the ground running here. Big shout out to Brad McElroy. Thanks for the message, Brad. And big shout out to Wayne Downs as well. That's just sent me a message through. Said he got caught in a shower down the road there. So that's just a bit of a reminder of what we know has been around, but we haven't talked about it. And we'll take that name out of your mouth. But, yeah, he just said down the road, he just copped a shower. But we're all good here, so more testing here tonight. What sounds like another Pro Charge deal. It's Daniel Sabolic's back. The Lotus Caravan's Camaro. He's going to, I would understand, he's trying the far lane, the rocket lane. All right. I must admit, he's getting a little Wade Wagstaff in the burnout there. Just that little trademark zing at the end of the skid. Now, Daniel's main issue has been power delivery a little bit further out. I mean, he's been getting into 60 relatively okay. Truncated with the odd zing on the spot. But out further, he's spinning the tyres out further. So it's how hard we can get this suspension to work early. But it's also this power delivery. It's about literally lining up these two curves. Solo run. Are we saying solo run? We're waving to Frank saying solo. All right. Too late to start. We'll get you out in a sec. Get you out in a sec. It's Sabolic's on his own. So again, just getting some laps on this car. This is an absolute feast on the eyes. It's just where we at in Australian Radial Racing. This is the pointiest end these guys want to race at. This is Outlaw Radial Aussie style now. And of course, the United States of America, Pro Charge cars are predominantly dominating at the moment. But will they dominate here in Australia? That remains to be seen. We love to see them have a crack at it, and I want to see them succeed. A lot of power out of it there. It went 102 in the 60, 274 to 330. That's the building of another good run there for Sabolic's. 467 at 113 mile an hour. 102 in the 60, 102 in the 60, 274 to 330. You can see the zoomy action again. You can see that management. There's got to be some power management through that area for it to show you that out of the exhaust. that management, getting it through that spot and staying hooked up, and it did a good job. And again, hopefully, and we're all hoping that Dan can build himself a good run out of that. Because that's getting close to the money. All right, Brent Coles. 13B Turbo. I think it's a C4 or a Jacko. Now we're just pushing him back for a sec. I don't know whether he leaked anything there or whether he's just getting himself lined up, but he's gone. RX-7 is back and back out. Just give that little scrub there on that side. And I would imagine by the umbrella at 120 foot out is that, and people wandering away is we've got a sprinkler, is that right? Yep, sprinkles are coming, eh? We knew that there was a sprinkle down the road there at Rosewood, but as to how much there is, I'll have a quick look on the old, everyone's got the old bomb. Chuck that out and see what we've got in there, whether it's a light sprinkle. There was a chance of something coming through there. Whatever it is coming through quite quickly, and we might be on the tail end of it. Man, it is literally flying through on the radar and not hanging around for too many seconds there. What is a little bit more alarming is just what sort of thickened up behind it. But again, we are talking about events that are 10 minutes behind in the simulations, and of course what you see even lightly on the radar can be what it is here now. So we are just going to cop that sprinkle. We're going to rub this track while we're doing it, and we are going to line up when we can to get the rest of them out. And of course, about this time out comes the chamois and the marquees, all sorts of things. If you haven't had them up by now, just to grab that little bit of extra shelter. And we will. Some of the diehards just sitting down there. It's not raining, is it? Some of you guys just sitting down there. It's not raining, is it? How come you guys are just sitting there and that lady's got an umbrella up over there? Is it raining a bit more over there than where you are? I mean, if that's that random rain, well, maybe climate change is more than a myth. Don't forget, Radial Rumble 640 index. Thanks to the All Over group. Thank you, Shorto. That's 1,000. The 1,000 the win and 500 the runner-up.
Thanks for becoming a member.
Race Bolt's outstanding rumble car,
Legend.
$500, and the Kenda tyres closest to qualifying time bonus, 500 as well. Now that's a 640 index. So rumble. So what we're able to do, like what we used to have was a rumble A and a rumble B, all thanks to All Over Group. We used to have a Renegade A and a Renegade B thanks to Simon O'Carroll Swimming Pools. But now we've got that many cars sort of occupying the 550 and the 640 area. And even a bit, slower than the 640 and the 550. So we've decided on Radial Ruckus, so the 580 index, and thanks to our sponsors for the 580. And now we also welcome the Radial Rebels 7 Flat index. Can you see where you could easily fit into a Kenda when you look at 7 Flat over the 8th? Kenda Taiwan has come on board, and I've got to thank Kenda Taiwan. And I was hoping we were going to get some VIPs from Kenda Taiwan here today, but maybe in the future we'll get them there. We'll entertain them, and they'll be absolutely blown away. And next, we could be, doing Kenda drag racing in Taiwan, and how good would that be? There you go. So Wayne Downs has just said that rain that came through at Rosewood literally came through and stopped. So that's the word from down the road at Rosewood. So you reckon it's gone? Absolutely gone already down at Rosewood. So if this is what he's seen there, that we expect it to be gone very soon as well. Thanks for the news coming in on the live messaging. So back to Kenda Taiwan. The Radial Rebels 7 flat index. It's 1,000 the win, 500 the runner-up. Thanks to Advanced Drive Group, outstanding Rebel car gets 500. So that's the 7 flat Radial Rebels index. Advanced Drive Group comes in with 500 as the most outstanding. We've got to pick that. Now, it's not easy, but if you go out there and your car runs really, really well for you tomorrow, not only over 3 rounds of qualifying, but the 3 rounds of racing, it's most about what you do in racing to back up what you did in qualifying is what gives us the fuel to choose an outstanding Rebel car. May or may not be the winner. A lot of times we like to make sure the winner maybe just gets that winner's money and the runner-up gets that. And if you have come and dominated, maybe you might get the outstanding Rebel. But we keep our eyes open, Mark Allen and I, for all of them, as do Scott and Justin. Kenda Tyres, closest to qualifying time bonus, 500 as well. Mood Motorsport, thank you, Darren Mood and the Mood family, giving me and Mark $500 to give away tomorrow, our announcer's choice. I can't say, I could say that I've already got a favourite already. I've seen him, but I'll have to wait till tomorrow. I'll talk to Mark about it. Thank you to Kyle and Peter from Six Boost for the Hard Luck Award, and that's the award that, and again, how can you continue to give dough knowing it's going to go to someone that suffered? But in a way, it's sometimes probably the reason why they do it is it is that first gesture that anyone gives if you haven't had an ideal day at the track, and normally that means something that you broke early or, you know, heaven forbid, tap the wall or hurt something anyway. If you suffer hard luck tomorrow, we're going to know about it, so are you. Six Boost will then award the hardest of hard luck award tomorrow, $500. Thank you again for Performance Wholesale Australia. You're giving us $500 store credit for the most consistent radial racer during racing. So that's good coin. Thanks to Performance Wholesale Australia. Over the counter there, ask for Woody, 500 store credit, most consistent radial racer. We ask all competitors to give us those time slips at the end of tomorrow. If you think you can give us 3 time slips in racing tomorrow, very close to each other, in other words, we're looking for ETs nearly identical, that's what it takes to get the $500 store credit, thanks to Performance Wholesale Australia. Also, we've got to thank Outlaw Performance Exhaust again and High-Tech Oils for tonight's small tyre shootout. As you can see, we've stopped dragging the tractor. That's how good it was. We're nearly ready to go. Thank you, Tomo, Mr. and Mrs. Tomo. EFI Parts Australia After Party and Presentation Barbecue. Always love that. And we've got to thank our all-type engineers, Darren, down there. STS Speed Shop, All Fire Systems, Total Venue Concepts, of course, Kurt, VP Racing Fuels Australia, Kenda Tyres Australia, Justin and Scott. And that's our coin. I will explain to you the Kenda Tyres closest to qualifying time bonus a little bit more if you didn't quite catch it. We've asked all entrants to nominate, well, not all entrants in these categories: Rebels, Rumble, Ruckus and Renegade. So that's $2,000 thanks to Kenda. Put into encourage someone to try and run on that number that they nominate. So I wonder when we get that small tyre shootout round 2 around, and who will be paired in it, and whether Scotty can message me that if you know. And if you don't, that doesn't matter. All right, here we go. Shane Faccioni and Daniel Hookman. Now Hookman, living up to his name. This thing's hooking. 576, 578. The Capri. Now, is it? Everyone always, if it's a silver Capri, everyone asks, is that Stu's old Capri? I don't know. I don't know. It could be. It's a great car. It hooks. And there it is. And how about that, Shane Faccioni? Now, this has come through the spot-on performance back door, and I mean that have all respect, because that's where all the action comes out of. You don't see him coming out the front door, you see him coming out the back. Green battery, bit of bump city, baby. Let the button go. Gets it out of the hole. 124 to a 129, hits the 660 out of 523. He's ready for some OG 275 tomorrow. Daniel Hookman's ready for OG tomorrow too with a 579. Yes, that's right. OG 275's got plenty of good entrants in there. Here are the boys again. HK and Nathan Peters in the VC. Chrome bar action. Trouble is there. Got some power at it on board in the turn. HK goes well, 6:39.0. Gee, I wonder if he's going to be in the Rumble class tomorrow. He's gone 6:390, 6:382, 6:61 and 6:61. So right on that 6:40. And Nathan Peters, again, didn't get a beam there. Has he got a different front wheel or something? You know, sometimes cars with some of these new front runner wheels are very thin and spindly, and sometimes you just may not get enough rollout to register on the beams. Who knows? That's Michael Bazile back, the Fibre Tech Communication. He's in the HSV, and that is none other than Mrs. Kim Bean out there in the WB tray back. There's Mitch from behind, filming away. And of course, Junior's birthday, was it yesterday? So, happy birthday to you. Shout out to all the birthday boys. Kim's ready. I think she's inked the tyres off it on one hit here this afternoon, I think I saw on the stream. Bump City for Bazili. Did ink the tyres. Now Kim came out there nice and cool, but just haltering in performance there. She's rolled right off the throttle. 9.22 for her at 52. She went 6.96, 6.93, 6.92. So that's where she's been. She's been in that 6.90 zone, but that's not a good one for her. Geez, Aaron Gregory, 427 cubes. It sounds so good. Aaron doesn't mind revving them. All his small blocks have sounded good. You gotta love that. Did not know you were building a HR panel van, but I love it. And that's OG315, Aaron Gregory. You just watch yourself, mate. You just watch yourself. That Impact Ground Services outstanding 315 car might go to you, mate, and I'm not preempting anything. I just know it's like, wow, to debut a car of this quality and to be right on the money, chrome bars and all. Who knows? Nick Baxter's beside him. Now, I think he's might be in Rumble tomorrow. I don't know, ET-wise. We'll have to have a look. He's gone 6.05 and 6.06. So he might be in that 580 deal tomorrow. The Ruckus Index. There's a couple of 4-cylinders. I think Hilly's in the Ruckus Index tomorrow as well, in the CA. 2 4-cylinders fighting in here. Bump City, baby. Nice move. Oh, that's the paddle van for you. That's panel van-itis right there, and I would say we have got some photos from Drag Photos for you. I'm sure we're going to have some photos of the HR. And great runs. Nick Baxter 6.05 with a 9 has been his best. Gregory is trying to run a 4. It's gone 5.11 already, that thing, but we're not saying that wheelie bars are illegal, but now, it's a Radial thing. We try not to run with them, but panel vans. Every time I've seen a panel van with half a bit. There used to be a guy in Melbourne, Craig Brewer, and that thing, I think called Frog Stomp. It was a gas big block HR panel van. That's the last HR panel van I can think of that was notorious for big wheelies under power. I also think, of course, Tomo when he built his panel van. The other one out there, Crazy, I remember that one. That's pretty tough too. I don't think it was, So yeah, Dave's got the photos here. That's a great photo. Dave, is that, out of whose did that come? Who snapped that? Was that a remote or a live? Judging by the camera, it's out of yours. Bang. What a shot. And it's off the throttle there too. It's just caught on the lift there. You can just see that little bit of smoke out of the pipe as he lifted, but man, it's a good thing he's got a tray on that thing, eh? I think if that's not going straight to the pool room, I don't know what is. But Aaron Gregory, you got to grab that photo. Hellraiser license plates, love it. Grumsy's got a photo. Thank you, Grumsy. Info comes from all angles here. Scott Cortina against Mick Arnold. Steve Smith against Peter Faulkner. Joe Gauchi against Trent Brimble. John Elfs against Steve Bazina. So Elfs against Bazina in round 2. Joe Gauchi and Trent Brimble. So that's the Villain VL against Joe Gauchi. Steve Smith and Peter Faulkner. So that's Peter in the yellow VK. Scott Cortina and Mick Arnold. Well, I think you gentlemen know who you are. That's the round 2 of the small tyre shootout right now. Steve Farrelly's back, the plumber. Dougie Day. Look at these guys. These guys, their blood, sweat and tears goes into their beloved Commodores. But they're, well, Barra versus 355 Holden. Oh, Dougie, all the lights went out. That was quite an interesting, erratic pairing. Very interesting and erratic. Steve got out of the hole, 137 in the 60 foot, and a little bit further out, just blew the tyres off it, I would assume. Dougie Day came out a little bit harder, but then it just, lights went out. So, back around for another shot at it, I guess, if it's not too much trouble. So that's the pairings for round 2. Scott Cortina and Mick Arnold, this is the way they've come out of the hat. Steve Smith against Peter Faulkner. Joe Gauchi against Trent Brimble, and John Elfs versus Steve Bazina. So let's look at the ETs there from the previous round. Bazina 462, Elfs 475, Gauchi 435, Brimble 48, Faulkner 528, Smithy 481, Mick Arnold 516, and Cortina 488. So can't just judge on a previous round performance. It's about what you do for the rest of the night as to how you'll be judged. All right, here's Aris back again. He wants to run a 550 something. A genuine Copo Camaro. Is it Copo or Copo? C-O-P-O. Copo. Copo? Cop this anyway. Bang, 553 with the 3, 551 with the 7, 553 with the 3. And issues with the Falcon. The Falcon is not happy tonight. But thank goodness it's a test night, so got to light that thing up. Just not lighting the wick up on it. You know, a Barra won't swim until it's got air in its lungs. Well, actually, that's not true. It can have water in its lungs and swim. It's whether a Barra can fly. It needs air in its lungs to fly, a Barra. So, damn proud as an Aussie to know that the Aussie Barra is shaking up the world. The world's going nuts. Now there's billet Barras. We are complete. And also, we did not ask the Australian Labor Party or the Australian Liberal Party or the Greens or Paula. We didn't ask anyone for a billet Barra, but yet we have one in this country, and makes you feel good about Australia. You know, we can get this stuff done without politicians. We can nearly achieve all of our dreams without those clowns. So on the election day, make sure you vote, then head off to Jamboree, because that's on. Or Top Fuel and Heathcote. If you want to go drag racing that day, either go to Sydney or go to Heathcote. I don't know what we're doing here, Willowbank. Great photos, Dave Reed. Thank you, Dave Reed. Oh, that's the photo on the way down. Yeah, Dave's good at the photos on the way down too. The impact photo. Love the impact. You're there for a reason, Dave Reed. He swaps positions. He goes to the... Here's Jaden Singh. And I think Ricky Fenwick's driving the PSI Prem today. So Jaden's trying to hit a 550. 549 with a 4. He's run a bunch of 549s, including a 550 before. Ricky goes 569. That's the best for the PSI Prem today. I think it's his first hit in it, but driving it today. Paul's driving, of course, the Nova. But Ricky in OG 275 with the PSI Prem. 569, 125. 019 light. Again, there's that kid. There's Jaden Seng, ladies and gentlemen. Jaden Seng, 019 on the light. You know what he was on the last run? You know when he went 550 with a 6? I think he went 017. He just went 019 and a 549 with a 4. That's dancing pretty close to the edge. This is a car that Dad Terry has said has gone 440s when Dad's had it wound up. And now here they are just dipping the toes into the first Kenda category, and that's Renegade, the 550. They thought that would be a nice place to start. And right now, like, the car is so soft on the leaf that he can just concentrate on cutting some lights. It's just keeping this thing slow. If that makes sense. Got to keep this thing slow now. Mind you, in these conditions right now, if you can go that, we know that's a 50-something tomorrow with a little bit warmer air. All right, sounds like a 3RZ on the stall. Sounds like a 3RZ on the stall. I didn't even have to look. That sounds... I was about to say that sounded too, Jay, but it's... I think it's Barra in this thing now. Told you we're going to get crazy. Remember we talked about Corolla sickness? Remember we talked that there's a Corolla illness? Remember the word ill in rap terms is a good term. And this is the term we're using it in. I would have to say, we are the coolest nation in the world when it comes to Corollas. From the very first day, your grandma probably bought one, to the laps around Bathurst in the 60s and 70s when they probably did battle against the Datsun 1200s and Datsun 1000s. Who would we ever think would come to the day where we're here? Barra-powered KE20s, 3RZ-powered KE10s. Don't put your cameras down, pull your cameras up, have a look at this one. Well, Hoff, he's unloaded it, whether he blew the 2-3... No, he's broken. Hoff's broken something. And that's Guy King. 499, 142 mile an hour. But Hoff, I think it's Crichton off. Now, they're picking something up. What do we got, boys? What component is it? No, they're not... I don't know whether they've broken anything like, are we leaking too much there? But Hoff's broken something. Now, I don't think it's the engine. It's a 235 tyre. I mean, it's the... kind of the smallest radial we race with, but you can tell how much hookup he gets. Now, here's a question that I would not know. Someone may know. Would Hoff have a 9-inch in this? And you know what? I think I nearly answered my own question. I do think it does. But if it doesn't, it could be a Hilux diff, which is kind of what goes in. They kind of work. But this thing's making over that 600 plus horsepower, and if it's broken something, I'm imagining it's in the drivetrain, because if it's engine, it's normally more different to that, unless he's been leaning on that harder than he tells us. And from what he's told us in the past, he ain't not huffing on it as much as maybe the Puerto Ricans would huff on it, but I'm sure Hoff's putting a bit in. But something in the drivetrain you would assume has gone. And I know Hoff's probably right now, if it's something drivetrain, and again, is it just limping by itself now? Thank you, Mrs. Coles. Thank you for the birthday wish. Thank you very much. Saw you walking around there before. Did you drive up in the streetcar? Now, if Hoff's driving, now I don't know whether Hoff keeps his phone on him, but is it worth sending Hoff a message to see whether or not he does in fact keep his phone in the centre console? So if I was to send Hoff a message right now saying what happened, does he pull the phone out of the centre console and read the message and send it back from the track where the car's limping down? Because he's kind of just limping. No one's stopping him. It's not dropped anything by the look of it. Like, there's no mop and rice hull ash getting dropped right now that I can see. And certainly if it was, you would not let Hoff roll over the hill here. You would not simply let him roll over the hill if we were dropping something. So I would say, I don't know. I messaged him. It said, what happened? Let's see if we get an answer. It did kind of sound like it did. It either broke something or it, lights out. Same thing. Maybe a little electronic glitch. He's lost all power to the car. Came out like a little rocket, as we know, against Guy's little Corolla there. Mind you, it was a little bit softer than Guy. 132 for the Bamboo Corolla. The Barra-powered one. I'm sure it's Barra now. 499 to the 8th. 334 to 330 foot. 132 in the 60. Hoff was 148 in the 60, so it hadn't really even hit it that hard. if that was a mind-blowing 1-2 or 1-1 60 foot out of Hoff, you would more largely expect that then to be a subject of driveline breakage if it left like it did, but I think it has spun something. Maybe it done a tie, I don't know. That text may be answered in the next 2 hours and 18 minutes, because that's how long we've got left here tonight, till 10 o'clock, to get our small tyre shootout and testing done before we all get a good night's sleep and come back early in the morning. I think it's driver's briefing at 9, and I'm pretty sure that we're on track at 10, I think. Pretty sure that sounds about where we could be. So, there we go, a message from Hoff. There we go. Here's the hot tip. Hot tip from Mr. Hoffman in the Corolla. Input shaft. Thinks it's the input shaft in the gearbox. That's what he thinks it is. And there she's gone. I am now messaging him back saying, can you fix it? So just a simple question, just to ask. Is obviously I think it's a power glide in that car. I think it is. Can you fix it? I've asked him a pretty simple text, to see whether or not maybe he might consider the thrash. Now remember, it's not so. He says it would be a big night. It would be a big. Yes, it would. I'm not pushing you to do it, Hoff. Hands up all those people out there that were doing all right thrash to get Hoff's gearbox fixed. We could get you some volunteers, Hoff. Would you all know what you're doing? Yeah, probably. Righto. Yeah, well. Again, as I was just about to explain before the text came through from Hoff, if that was a full tube chassis car, where, you put your engine and gearbox in and the thing's kind of really serviceable and really accessible, is that, you can drop a box out in, 15, 20 minutes. You could probably have a box out. Have you seen that thing of Hoff's? I've seen that thing on the build and during in and out of builds. It's a pretty bespoke car. It's very much like his old 2JZ1, where there's a lot of things packed into that package that are an absolute challenge and a half. I get it. It's still a Corolla with a 3RZ and a power glide in it, but it's not probably the 20-minute gearbox drop, and it's pulling it out and getting it to a gearbox shop or doing whatever. And I know there's probably a good handful of people right now here, probably a dozen, easy probably, that would profess to know that they could do that if they had the parts. Do a power glide rebuild, put a new input shaft in. If it indeed is the glide, I don't know whether it might have even been a turbo hydro 3-speed, or whether it is the glide. I think it is a glide. From memory it is, because he normally buzzes that thing pretty hard in low gear. So I'm pretty sure it is a glide. He says the message is, would be a big night. You're not wrong, mate. You're not wrong. I'd love to help you, Hoff. If you want me to hold the spanner, or put it this way. I saw that car a couple of weeks ago down at Cleveland Exhaust, and just when he's put the engine back in, I think he had the engine fresh. He had it back in. Was getting it back together. It is a bespoke car. It's not literally just the one thing you have to do at once. There's a lot of things that sort of have to come out of the car to get something in, The engine and box is kind of the ultimate big thing you try and put in and get out, but it's everything else you have to take off and get out of the way to get that added in. You know what I mean? There'll be stuff everywhere. And some guys are that guy. Some guys are that throw it out all over the road, throw it all out over the asphalt and thrash in there all night. Some guys are like that. I'll tell you right now, I'm not that guy. Some guys are. Hoff can be like me, where it's like, you know what, does it in the workshop, gets it all done, comes out, has a good day with it, runs it. If you break it, you take it home, fix it later, come out again. Big shout out to everyone watching on the Overtaking Lane live stream. Big shout out. The small tyre shootout, we had that big first round, and here we are, Willowbank Raceway. 13 minutes to wait. That means that's 2 hours and 13 minutes left of testing tonight, including 2 more rounds, 3 more rounds of the small tyre shootout. There's that really tough sounding small block. How good does it sound? That's Hookman. Hookman's back. So's Daniel Purnell. Now, Dan, it was your VH that put a bit of oil out. So there you go. So Hoff's just apologised. So folks, do you want the update from the Corolla? Who wants the update? Here's the update. He doesn't think it's the input shaft. He goes, car actually rolls on park. He says, so if the car rolls on park, he says it's the diff centre. So he could be back. If that's a diff centre, maybe we're fixing it, Hoff. And we'll ask him what diff. I'm going to ask him, what's the diff? What's the diff, Hoff? Oh, here we go. Let's it loose both sides. Daniel Purnell and Daniel Hookman. 660 hits at 593 to a 575. Both those cars are going to be in OG 275 tomorrow, thanks to Outlaw Performance Exhaust, who's also tipping in. Thank you, Outlaw Performance Exhaust, for the 5K with high-tech oils tonight. Hilux diff it is. Hoff, what centre is it, Hoff? What centre is it? What centre can we help you with? Is it a crown wheel and pinion and a Hilux? There it is, righto. If we have to go home, I can go home. I can give you the 455, the 488 or the 43s. What would you like, mate? Let's hope you want the 455s because I think they're just in a milk crate. If you want the 488s, it's got to come out of another car. If you want the 43s, you'd have to rebuild that too. So what do you need, Hoff? Could be an axle. Don't know. It's a Hilux diff. Righto. Thank you, Brandon Carpenter, for the happy birthday there. Scott Sherrington on board too. MGB Chuck, just looking at some of the comments there. Thank you, Jason Tompkins, Adam Geary, Chris Young. Jeez, there is a lot of people wishing me happy birthday on here. I've only just caught the stream up here on online, folks. Sorry. North Carolina in the house, Brendan Carpenter. Welcome to Willowbank, South Georgia, by the way. That's what we call this place, South Georgia. It is the home of Australian Radial Racing. And big shout out, Jason Tompkins, all of those guys there. James Baylor, Stiggles, your funny, can he fix it? Sure, but in less than 2 hours. But yeah, you come back tomorrow. He's going to run tomorrow. All right, all these great shout-outs. Right back to George Jazewski, 403 at 196. Can he back that up? I have all the faith in the world with JW out there. Mr. Lotus Caravans himself. This is his recreational vehicle. Bump City, Georgie. It's all yours, pal. Oh, bit of power management. Look at the wastegates. Look at the wastegates. 408. 192 mile an hour. What a great backup run. 403, 408, 110 in the 60, 278 to 60 foot, and pure flamage out of the other wastegates there. G'day, Drewy. Happy birthday to Mark Drew as well. Oh, I'm just having a quick look at the replay here. Thank goodness our stream is a little bit delayed, so I get to sort of watch it live and then watch it twice. It comes out, plants the suspension, bobs the front wheels up in the air, and then from there, it's just under the front of the car's just lit of wastegate. You could just tell. 408, 192 mile an hour. Georgie, that's starting to be a nice bunch of time slips there in the old Lexus glove box, but it did an absolute deal there on the line. Nice, beautiful run there from him. So a great run there from George Jazewski. Big shout out to David Keys. G'day, Keysy. How good is the shootout? Loving it here tonight. Yes, I knew you'd love the Kenda. Big shout out there to him as well. And this screaming 6-cylinder, and it's not a small one either. It's the 1FZ. It's Giovanni Interisi. Freestyle RVs, Toyota 86. Now, I do understand this is still owned by George, I still believe. Big shout out to Perry. Perry, you watching the live stream? He sure is. Perry Boulevard watching from the farm. Oh, there's a little red Corvette in the background I see in your photo there, Perry. Oh, yeah, I remember that one. That was the one that melted in your mouth, not in your hand. This beautiful car, Giovanni Interisi, the Freestyle RVs Toyota 86. This one came out of the ET Chassis Workshop in Brisbane. A big shout out to Jamie Page. I call him Mr. Chassis. He's down here watching the Radial guys here tonight. This is some previous work. Of course, the ex-Nicky and Nicky Hepburn car. Of course, Lukey as well with the car. JW always been tuning it. And of course, Hoff's old Corolla happened to be, of course, Luke's Corolla. So share the love, hand me down, quality cars right at the beginning. Happy new owners. And Giovanni Chirisi, he's had a lot of laps in this car if he's been running this thing since Wednesday. It'd be the nearly quickest import Radial car in the world. I don't know what the record is, but we're so close to reclaiming it. I don't think we're 26 in this car. But City, no, not this time. It barely jumped out and just zinked those tyres. That big Toyota Land Cruiser 6-cylinder not having any part of that. Big shout out to big unit Chris Whelan as well. Disco Dean having dinner with the live stream there before. Everyone's enjoying it. That's good. We have a 500 on the view thanks to Overtaking Lane. And as we said, we're not done yet. We're going to be up till 10, right on the dot, as we've already stated. We're only going to be here till 10 on the dot. Anything after that, where we are done. We started at 3 instead of 4, so we've had the extra hour to get cracking. So make sure if you're ready, come to the lanes. I know a lot of you would be. Make sure if you had some of that sprinkle, that shower on your car, make sure it's all chamois. You can see our guys just maybe a little bit out of the Toyota 86 there, maybe caught the rain there. So the guys get the mops out, give that a nice clean up. And we'll be underway with more pairings here tonight. And those second round small tyre shootout matchups not too far away either, you would imagine. Very, very stout. Simon O'Carroll back with the rat bag. This is just the street car, just the blown street car. Pump gas, lumpy idle. Street car. Love it. Off again, Simon. Close it off again. I hope it's all together, mate. He's just idling it down, but yeah, it's just blew the tyres off the back of the Torrey there. 1186 for him. 625. That is our best for entrance 6136. Previous runs there, we've rolled that screen over. 661, 639, 625 with an 8. That's the best so far. So that is a little bit too quick for the 640 index there, but probably in the ballpark. Radial Ruckus, the 580 to 620. Yeah, we try and get that bit of a spread there. Big Brogers, a shout out in West Virginia. So it says Big Brogers. Now, if that's his name, Big Brogers, I understand, Chris. That's a shout out to Big Brogers in West Virginia that's watching right now. In case you've got the spelling wrong, is he your big brother? Because if he is your big brother, I'll say he's your big brother. But if he's a big broger, I'll just say he's a big broger. Big shout out to West Virginia. West Virginia, yeah. Friday night, someone's going to take it home. That 5K. G'day, Caveman. Adam Geary there. Gem Racing. Oh, is that the Hunter Boys? Caveman Garage, Chicago, US. There we go. Caveman Garage from Chicago. Andrew McQualder. G'day, Andy Mack. 73, Big Ted, thank you very much for the birthday wishes. Chris Young, thank you, Rod Adams. Mad Cow Mark, be safe, Chuck. The MGB Chuck saying, I need some dough off to work. I go, take care, you're here. So MGB Chuck was watching the stream, now he's off to work, wherever he might be around the world. And of course, the Overtaking Lane stream is fantastic. Feel free, look, by the way, anyone watching the Overtaking Lane stream, we're getting a few pledges come in. And that's what these things are. Enjoy a beer, legends. Thanks for the live feed. Andrew McQualter's tipped in 10. And that's all we need. Like, I'd love to see everyone just throw a few 10s in right now to help the guys in Overtaking Lane and do this stream, because we are watching some of the best radial racing that you will get anywhere, and I'd like to say in the world, I know that, you know, we're kind of based on a benchmark that we see in the United States. However, the Aussie scene is so much different where, you know, we don't, you know, we have a wider variety of different cars. Yes, we have, you know, yes, we have our Mustangs. Yes, we have our Camaros. Yes, we have our Commodores, but we also do have many other combos that you'll see here tonight and tomorrow. And that Aussie scene, to be able to watch that on a live stream, you know, for free is a great thing to be able to do. And I'm doing it right now. And if you're on watching it wherever you are right around the world, Georgie Nader's watching it in Sydney there. Brendan Wheatley said, please don't sing, Diggles. Well, Brendan, you know what? Pay me $10 not to sing. How about that? I'm not accidentally... Look, Brendan, if I accidentally reported you then, that's only because I haven't touched the iPad properly there. I haven't deliberately reported you, but in case I accidentally reported you, it's because I touched the screen too many times. Scotty Barron. There you go. MGB Chuck is from Cali. So he's off to work wherever he might be in the United States of America. So, yeah, thanks, guys. Tip that coin into Overtaking Lane if you're watching it on the live stream, wherever you are right around the world. A lot of people coming in saying, go Hoff. And, yeah, coming through clearly. Chris Young, Jason Tompkins, James Bayliss. There we go. He might... Hoff... We might have to... I wish we had a live stream with a reporter. We're down to Hoff in the pits. Hoff, what are you doing? What would you do to check that? Put it up in the air, run it through the gear, see if you got first and second and all that in reverse. I suppose you could, but and then put it in gear and see if it's making the noise back further. That diagnosis would be happening. No doubt in my mind. Big shout out from Chris Whelan. Thank you very much, guys. Good to tip the coin in. We'll yell out your name on the live stream if you do the pledges. Andrew McWalder got straight in there and did it. Scotty West gets a cheer in there. Come on, Team Dandy from Victoria. Thank you, Scotty. Yes, definitely. Definitely big Scotty from Leopold in Victoria. So it's good that we've got these guys watching on the live stream. As we said, we've had over 540 people watching at once, which is nice on a Friday night to link the world with what we're doing here at our Kenda 660 Friday night test session. As I said, the $5,000 small tyre shootout is not too far away from round 2 with our pairings. 8 cars left. So Mopar Man, Robert Hoffman, happy birthday. That's not the Robert Hoffman I went to school with, is it? Or another Robert Hoffman? Big shout out to Mopar Man, Caveman Garage. Hey, I'm just glad to watch Radial racing that doesn't involve Fox Body Mustangs. Yeah, well, Caveman Garage, we do have Fox Body Mustangs too. Yeah, 73 Big Ted. Yes, the Grinch did get the new Aussie record at 368. So yes, Mopar Man's from NorCal Coast here. So big shout out to you guys. Righto, second round, first pairing. And honestly, anyone that's going to race Joe Gauchi tonight. Now, Joe just got the taste for 275s literally within one run. Put him on, I think went 442 on his first test run and then said, I'm ready for the small tyre shootout. Beside him is, of course, the villain of Trent Brimble. So Trent went, on the previous one, Trent went like a 484. He's going to have to be sharp on the tree. In the first round, Joe went 435. So the villain, the VL, and the Pro line, 560 odd cubes, I think it is now. Look at that tiny little cute 275 on the back there for Joe Gauchi. How good's that? Everyone hit the like button. That's right, Brendan Carpenter. All right. Round 2, small tyre shootout, high-tech oils and outlaw performance exhaust, baby! Who goes the next round? Bump City, baby, Bump City! Oh, he jumped on him, did Joe? Joe, keeping it together. Goes through, 438. 438 and a valiant 480. For Trent Brimble, 119 in the 60. In fact, the VL was quicker to the 60, 118. The 126 light for Joe just gated Trent Brimble. Trent was better at the 60. The villain then went 317 to 330. 299 for Joe, 438, 177 mile an hour into the next round. 480 beside for Brimble. Great race, boys. You must agree. And this is a crazy one for all those people watching outside Australia. Do you see a Fox body Mustang anywhere? Do you see a Mustang at all? No. You see a 70, 69 XW Falcon of Steve Bazzina. This has a Proline 481X in it. It's about 540 cubes. John Elfs, that is a VT Commodore. The first Commodore in Australia to have the LS as a factory V8. However, C&V, of course Con and Vic, and I think John is their brother or cousin. A very stout turbo LS in the VT. He went 475 and 474. Bazzina's car's right on 4,000 pounds with a Proline 481X. This car's run deep into the sixes and deep into the fours. Can he keep the power down against John Elfs? Victoria versus New South Wales. Oh, Bazzina, 053, 054, neck and neck to the win. 63 to Bazzina, 71 to Elfs. 76 thousandths of a second at the stripe. 76 thousandths at the stripe. Hold that one up. I want to see that a bit more. The win for Bazzina, 463 with a 6. The lose for Elfs, 471 with a 3. The reaction time, 054 for Bazzina, 053 for Elfs. 118 in the 60 for the 4,000 pound XW on Leaf Springs on a 275. 125 60 for John Elfs. 307 for the XW at 330. 317 for the VT. And that difference at the end, 0.08 of a second, the difference. The actual ET margin is the only difference at the stripe. 76 thousandths of a second, the margin in that one. Scott Cortina now. Now, I don't know the cubes in this one. It's got some cubes on board. It's big block with some nitrous on a 275. I even think it could be a 235, but I know that even Mick Arnold running tonight maybe on the 275 just to try and gain an advantage. It'd almost be grudge race suicide to come out on a 235 just trying to prove something when you can run your 275 and just hopefully guarantee a run down the track. Scotty Cortina a bit lucky in round one. Mick Arnold needs to be lucky here too, but remember, you can never underestimate. Oh, boys, what did he do? He came in, he came out. He came in, he came out. How did he do that? How did he do that? Mick Arnold's going to go the win, but my eyes don't lie. My eyes don't lie. Do your eyes lie? I tell you. Those bulbs went on. Scotty put the bulbs on. I mean, he put them on a weird way. I wish I can take that back. Can I take that back? I'm going to try and just take that stream back a little bit here on YouTube to just try and watch that. Because that was weird. Yeah, we got no speakers somewhere there, Jared. Apparently, did you get that note? Somewhere, he lets out a big deep breath. I'm just looking at the replay in the live stream, right? So I've got the replay. So Mick's rolling into stage here. Puts on one bulb. Now I lose the camera angle there. So Mick puts on, but then Scott kind of comes in. So here we go. Got the long shot. Two bulbs. Scott puts the bottom bulb on first and then the top bulb. So something on the front of the Mustang triggered the bottom bulb first and then the top bulb. Now, you can either take the win and take the loss on the chin, or you can rerun that. But the lights don't lie, and when the lights and the CompuLink see 4 bulbs up there, it's going to throw them. It's not going to know whether the bottom one went on first and then the top one. That's just what happened. That's what I've just seen in the replay. So that's what I saw. So anyway, Smithy and Faulkner. In the beams! Oh, what a good run! What a good run. Smithy's out there in front. Faulkner's trying to get him, but it's going to be Smith. Smithy goes through for a 4.56. 4.56 for him. And Peter Faulkner, a valiant 5.27. And reaction time, yeah, well, a little bit better for Pete. He went 1.45. And he went 1.75, did Steve Smith. But Steve Smith, 4.56 the win. Mick Arnold, 7.18 the win. John Elfs, Steve Bazzina, 4.63 the win. Joe Gauci, 4.38 the win. But yeah, that'll be interesting. But again, if it is something that triggers the beams that way, normally any other way, that's see you, mate. He's heading off. Round 2, he's seen. That was a that was weird. When we looked at the replay on the stream here, it is like the bottom bulb went on first, then the top bulb. But then if you blinked, it just looks like Scotty's brought them all on and we're away. So that was a weird thing to happen with the car. It'll be interesting to see what exactly triggered that. I do think they do have dump pipes or ram's horns on there that may have done the triggering. But that'll be interesting to see whether or not there is room to do a rerun there or not. Whether or not there is even room for a rerun, just based on the fact that your car did something. Do you fix it? Do you learn from it, fix it later so you don't have the problem again? Or do you try and come back and have another go with it? Or at least try and get the thing back up to the stage and see why it did what it did. But that was weird. Here's Webby. And check this out. I saw some spray out of our VL. Of course, Webby, that first round timeout, it was a very, very dramatic first round timeout. But here he is. He wants to get a number down because tomorrow's another day. And Webby's going to stick it to him tomorrow. But there's more testing to do tonight. Let's see what he can do if he was right for round 1. Bump City. Not that time, but even with the pedal, it's been a bit of time letting it settle down. 5.32 at 167 mile an hour just to get that speed out the back. And the earlier 4.51 at 1.56 was with the pedal as well. But no, he got back on there. He's kind of hooked the wheels back up again then, and he legged that through to the finish line. So just missing the mark in that lane on that hit, but hey, they'll be back for another shot at it, you would imagine. We still do have an hour and 50 left on our clocks. And a big shout out there from Scotty West. Happy with that first round, second round result, rather. There we go. So some calls on the internet, on the live stream saying Splitter tripped the light. It was like in next state, deep stage. 49 ICS. Yeah, some crazy tight races. Thanks for the comments, guys. Right around the world on the Overtaking Lane stream, enjoying the Kenda Tyre 660 Drag Radial Series test night, combined with this $5,000 small tyre shootout that we are now down to 4 cars. And we will be able to announce who they're supposed to meet once we draw them out of the hat again. Joe Gauci the win, Steve Bazzina the win, Mick Arnold the win, Steve Smith the win. Again, you know, the Mick Arnold result would be, I mean, it was 4 lights on the tree and the tree went. Mick wasn't ready. Scotty certainly wasn't ready. Mick did get out and go, hadn't lit anything, just went. And yeah, talk about it later. See what happens. Oh, I'm hearing a bit of familiar cackle out there. Is it a bit of Pro Charge cackle? It is. I know it's not Halloween, but it's the Boogeyman. This is another guy that we wish success on. You talk about investment. You talk about something that says, I think I want to do this. I think I want to run with these guys. Andrew Zarda's already had his fair share of no doubt, super tough cars. And you know what? A lot of them in the early days were all rotary, 20B rotary, 7-second street RX3. Ran a 7, drove it, got some Maccas and drove it home, sort of thing. Even had the most amazing RX3 that started to become a radial car. But now he goes, well, that's not enough now. A 20B's a mighty, mighty engine, especially when it's in the hands of guys like the Pack Boys. But then it's like, well, what do I have to do to run 3s with the very best in Australia? And it's like, well, this is a contraption that'll do it. A Pro-charged Proline Camaro. And he's right at the beginning of a learning curve here with this car. I can't wait to see if we can get these runs down. Paul Mahayat there at the door. Of course, can't wait to see whether the Moit brothers come in for a bit of radial racing in the future. I think it's only a matter of time. Let's see if the Boogeyman can get it down. Not quite this time. It did go 148 for 60, but early in the piece, so that is all she wrote for that run. And you did see that flame, the zoomy flames there was just trying to come out of that, just spun the tyres, didn't probably, as you would always assume, that perfect symphony of power management and suspension travel. You want that tyre to plant, you want to transfer that weight, you want to move that car, then you want to put that power into it. And his earlier 411, it was an easy 411. It did everything right early in the short times. But no improvement on that one. So anyway, we'll have to have another crack at it. As we said, we've got an hour and 46 minutes. Oh, and a big shout out to Phil and Christian, the penny guys, the penny guys. I shouldn't say that. The pennies. The boys from Nambucca. I mean, Phil, you're not old enough to be my dad. I'm not going to say your dad, you're not going to say my uncle, you're just my brother. So is Christian. And we miss you too, mate. You guys always bring a smile to my face when I hear your voice. Well, just trying to be excited, Phil, and it's easy. It's very easy to get excited. You're looking at the machinery and the people that are around this great sport of ours. Kenda 660 family. And no doubt, Jesus 1 will be back, that little Honda will be back with us. Racing Jason, Mick, Basil, Turbo versus Blow. Oh, bump, too much bump. You've gone too far, son. Can't do much about that one. I told you we'd have just a few little staging malfunctions. It does happen. That bump box, that Pro tree, those staging beams. Sometimes that's all a process to get it to where it is, and we do kind of take it for granted, but you still see it pop up now and then. And that was one there for Michael Bazile trying to bump that in. It was already, I think it had already gone in, and then I think one extra bump just took it way out. All right, so Paulie's back with the big wagon, and here's Kim Bean trying to rattle off another 690 something. So she will be in that rumble category tomorrow, you would assume. That's a lot better. 163 in the 60 foot, 447 to the 330, and a 685. That's a step up. 92, 93, 96, and now a 685. The wagon, 931, ran an earlier 930. So that wagon is ready tomorrow to probably battle it out in probably the Rebels. The Rebels is our 7 flat and over. So 931's a little bit over, but tell you what, as we already, that's a classic example right there. Paulie knows that this wagon's not right at the pointy end, but you know what? He's got the race number on the window and he's facing that tree, and he's going to have a crack tonight and tomorrow. And that's what we love about it. It's just get in there and have a go. Guaranteed 6 runs. Well, again, pending delays, but we've never normally not had to sacrifice the schedule to cut runs for people. But, you know, you would normally guarantee 3 qualifiers and 3 runs if all your stuff holds together. There he is, my mate, Brett Benz, Queenslander. Warwick Panel and Paint. Old Goldie is back out there, the VL with that small block, twin turbo small block. No, it's not an LS. Take that damn name out of your mouth. She's all small block on board, this thing. It is a piece of jewellery. And 496 he ran earlier in the shootout. Beside him is this fantastic debutante, Jamie Jeffries. First small tyre shootout, red light in round one. Nothing to be ashamed of. He had a crack at it. He went 467 as well. So this is a car that's very, very spectacular. Big shout out to Cam McKee. Thanks for your message. Bump City, baby. Yeah. 064 for Goldie. Half track there. 684.80. Here we come. 480 for Benzie. 513 for Jamie Jeffries. Not an ideal run for him. Terminal speed very similar to what he'd run earlier on the 467. But it's Benzie. 480. Old Goldie dishing out the love tonight. He's got to be an OG tomorrow, that car. Many a street miles on that car. Many an evolution back in the old blown injected days. I even think it had a very tough stroked 383 Holden in it. I remember it that long ago. Then it went blown and injected. Then it's gone turbo. So he's been around a long time with that car, Benzie. This guy, Dan Symbolics, more seat time. Is this the run that he pieces all the good bits that they've learnt together in one run? As you can see, little old Australia's got quite the devout Radial following. But guys, like the Symbolics family, to want to be in on this, to want to go, well, what can we do to be really competitive? I think they've got the weaponry. They just need these laps. And they've done some laps. Let me tell you, it's not like they haven't tried to get this car down the track at numerous tracks, Sydney included. And here they are, hopefully not too far away from that representative run that they want out of this car. Of course, Lotus Caravan's on board, so George Zizewski, I don't know, you and Dan do the deal? Did he buy a few Lotus Caravans? I don't know. I mean, George, your generosity is endless. And it's so good to see Lotus Caravans on one of our, you would have to say, one of our elite premier outlaw radial cars in this country. Now he's got to drop our jaw with the performance of the Pro line. Pro Charged Hemi. There it is, there it is, there it is. Locks up the converter, 394, as easy as you want. There's the second part of the run they're looking for. Did you hear that converter lock up? Wow, 394. 394. I wish I had the 60. I think it was a 102 in the 60. 102 in the 60. I didn't get the 330. It was gone in an instant. Hear that thing get out. Lock that thing up. Pull the engine revs down. And there's your 3-second run. There we go. Put your hands together for the Symbolics team. And, of course, Frankie and all the guys, Dandy and everyone that's got him that thing. That's somewhere to work with now. Again, it had that flame job coming out of the zoomies. Had that flame job out of the zoomies, and then it was gone. Heard that engine RPM drop, and she just grunted its way through the rest of that 660. And what a great run from the Symbolics. All right, come on, Simon. You're going to get it hooked up to. There we go. Oh, VK Jack out there getting a nice one. 534 he's run before. 530's even quicker. O'Carroll 603, the best for him so far today. Hasn't blown the tyres off at that one, so a 603 not bad at all. 530 for VK Jack. They're coming through thick and fast now. Coming through thick and fast. The Overtaking Lane live stream. Mad Cow Mark. Yeah, plenty of people applauding on the stream of the 394. Holy cow, some comments coming up like, holy cow. I'm back at my truck and still running. How many Bump City babies did I miss? Dang, so Dang gets on and goes, how many Bump City babies? Oh, good boys. Good boys yelling out there on the stream. How good was that? Oh, yes, indeed. Okay, here's Steve Carkeet, part of the performing Carkeet family, where it just wheel stands. Come on, stop. There you go. Beautiful EH. Honestly, we've got such an amazing rolling car show. 5:31, right across the ground. No big wheelies. When it does that, it really, I mean, it must be fun, but it does wreck probably how many really sharp time slips you get out of the day. He's already gone 5:24 with that car, and you've got to hand it to Carkeet. Loves his Holdens, and that EH, the latest recreational vehicle for Steve, having a lot of fun with that. I think it is twin turbo LS. I think it's an LS, not a small block. I'm pretty sure someone will be able to confirm that for me. But it's a beautiful combo. I mean, if you want to look at a top 5 chrome bumper Holdens for the day, that's got to be in there, as well as that HR panel van of Aaron's. That's crazy as well. You know what I mean? Some gorgeous cars coming out of all of the workshops right around the country. And you ask them all, it's not like, oh, you know, we don't have much on. They said not one chassis shop ever. Oh, we don't have much going on. Said no engine builder ever. Oh, we're not selling any parts. Said no parts guy ever. We're selling stuff to these guys. All right, okay, so turn it off, let it cool down, give it 10 minutes. All right, I'll set a little timer for that, mate. We'll set a little bit timer for that. Thanks for the birthday wishes too, by the way. 10-minute timer. Gerard said the 10-minute timer. I'm going to set the 10-minute timer. That's what I do when I cook at home. All right, here he is. Kreitz coming back in. 487, 489, 510. There goes Carkeet with the wheel stand, but let's have a look at this hell of a Cressida. Yes, 122 in the 60-foot, 321 to the 330, and a 488. So there you go, 487, 488, 489, 510. So that's some pretty good stuff there. Great bunch of time slips already for Shane Crichton up from Sydney, and getting that car down. I don't. Is it still IRS, Kyle? I thought it still was IRS. I'd have to just check. I was just having a look at the rear suspension on the stream when it left there, whether or not that's still true or not. Agro 60 Tirana gets on and goes, meant to be in the shed working on the car, haven't moved off the couch in 4 hours. Awesome coverage. Oops, sorry, not sorry. Sorry, not sorry, really. I mean, yes, Agro 60, you should be working on the car, but meant to be in the shed working on the car, haven't moved off the couch in 4 hours. There we go. Malacca Media shouting out as well. Yeah, Pat M saying that EH is a work of art. Yeah, Mopar Man, love it when you hear the revs drop and the one-to-one lockup comes in. Yeah, so he heard that as well, Mopar Man. Oh, James Bayless is trying to work out what was better, the run or the commentating. Oh, geez, that could have gone the wrong way there for me, couldn't it? There is a rolling disclaimer that any streams or commentary that may contain traces of over-the-top excitement. Because whatever happens in front of me, if it happens in front of me, you're going to get the reaction. All right, Paul Merry and John Ricker. Now, please, Johnny, I'm shooting a quick prayer up to the man upstairs for good luck, fortune, and you know, may all your combination align together now for this moment, that you can apply what you really want with this car, and that's some smacking 3-second runs out of this car. He is a turbo warrior, Johnny Ricker, Race Parts Melbourne, that amazing Camaro. Paul Berry, PST Performance, that amazing Nova. Welcome to Outlaw Radial testing on a Friday night. Bump City, baby. Oh, Johnny, another one on the spin. Oh man, I'm hoping for you, man. I'm hoping it it all comes and sticks and does what we want it to do, because we will be the first to get excited about it, because we can't wait to uncork the potential. Same for Paul Mary, 4.13, 4.10, and then, a 6.83. So zings the tyres a little bit further out. So past 60 foot. Did I grab the 60 there? I don't think I grabbed the 60. No, we didn't. We got another sprinkle. Ah, boy, got a sprinkle. Righto. Here comes the rain. Let's see how bad it is. I'm just quickly checking the radar. We're running in for. It's a little bit more serious, because obviously, if it's a light sprinkle, we're all just sitting there copping it. But it's enough to say, get me the hell out of this rain. Now, this is a little bit more of the stuff that we talked about ages ago, to say, yep, there's a little bit more behind it. It was a little bit thicker, but even then, as I look at the BOM now, it is still relatively light and fast moving. So stick with us. It can almost be like before, over before it really sinks in. And even right now, it's maybe not that bad. So we'll get the tractor rubbing on it right now. I can't really see much through the lights there to say that it is indeed sprinkling much anymore, but it looks like we're going to hit the sled. We're going to keep this thing rubbed. And I honestly think, just looking at which is our normal little litmus test to see rain in any condition, is to look at our corrugated iron roof right in front of the commentary box. Yes, there's water on the corro, but right now I ain't seeing too much. Right now it came and hit us, and we don't know how much more there would be with that. We'll have to wait and see. We are at the lap of the gods when it comes to this stuff, but rest assured, if it's coming through and it's light, we will be fighting to keep this going and trying to whittle it down. Well, we're down to 4, so we've got 4 left in the small tyre shootout. So we need to just hope we can edge through the next hour and a half. We've still got 90 minutes of track time available. Now, we are coming to wrap the tree up in case that's a little bit too heavy. So we're coming out with I call it the vertical coffin. It's the coffin for the tree, to make sure the tree doesn't get too wet. And just how much of this, we don't know. And how thick it is, we don't know. But all we know is that we are here to keep battling it out. And we hope that you guys will too. As our Friday night testing for the Kenda 660 series continues, including that small tyre shootout. We'll have a bit of a break, grab yourself a snack, try and stay cool, try and stay dry and warm, and we'll keep rubbing the track and be back as soon as we can attack.
Mate, here we are, Kenda. What do you reckon? Keen as?
Oh, it's awesome. Just been awesome. We've already seen the testing day.
We've seen the first testing day last night. We saw a little bit of the action, and I think while we were doing our live show last night, there was a 3-second pass.
Yeah, Australian record breaker.
Yeah.
394, I think it was.
Yeah, how good was that? We completely missed it. Like, we were doing our live show, we actually saw it and it didn't click, what we just seen. So until afterwards, and we're watching like, oh man, that was a 3-second pass.
Yeah.
So there should be heaps more action. We've got the grudge racing tonight. So this is the first day of racing with the grudge racing, right? We've got testing on now.
From 6 o'clock, the grudge racing starts. So.
Yeah, so we'll bring you a bit of the action, and let's go and have a chat to some people out there and see what's going on at Kenda.
Yeah, let's do it.
you going? You've made the trip over from WA. You've got 2 cars over here for the team?
Yep, we've got the black GTO and now we've got this one. This one was maybe 6 weeks ago we decided to put this bad boy together. And so we've pushed it and we've made it happen. Everyone's just busted themselves, but everyone's put in the effort and we finally got here. We did all the rear end work. Eddie and Tony and everyone from Actives Automotives, they sorted out all the engine, gearbox, all that sort of thing. So we got all the chassis sorted, got it back to them. They put it all back together and then it was just a final push.
Yeah, right. And did you have a test last night?
So we managed to do one run that wasn't... It's that thing in drag racing, isn't it? Where if one thing falls, we've been trying to change a lot of things throughout the car just to make sure that we're from the start onto it.
Yep.
And in doing so, it's caused other things to unfold, but that's why you've got the couple of test days. We managed to do one in Perth, got a few little gremlins sorted, but we'll get there.
And the black one, how did it run?
It went okay, but we're in the same thing. We changed some fuel injectors and that's caused another Pandora's box and things. So what we're doing is we're bringing everything back to what we know and where we knew it worked. And from there, we're going to try and keep cruising on. But we've got flex plate issues at the moment. So we'll get this down the track and try and juggle between them.
And then go from there.
Yeah.
No worries. All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on you all weekend.
Lovely.
Maybe touch base and see how you're going later in the weekend.
Too easy.
Thank you. G'day Kurt, we're here from Overtaking Lane, mate, and I'd like to learn a little bit about what goes into the prep on this track, because you've come all the way from America.
Yeah.
And they've flown you out here, I believe, to do some prep on this track.
Yeah.
Mate, what goes into it, and what's different to a normal drag race, mate?
All right, that's probably let's start with what's different.
Yep.
So obviously you got slicks and you got radials. So a slick tire has a lot of sidewall on it, real flexible. Radials do not. They have a very stiff sidewall. Slicks grow, radials don't.
Yeah.
So those are the two biggest differences in the tires. A slick tire wants to spin. You have to spin a slick. Even though your car's hooking up and you can feel it inside, a slick is spinning.
Yeah.
And you control that with wheelie bar, torque converter, clutch, timing, how much your spin is and how fast your spin goes to a full hookup. With radials, there is no spin. If a radial tire spins, it spins. There's very little saving it.
Right.
So to combat that, the rubber on a radial track is much, much thinner, probably a 32nd of an inch, and that especially in the daytime, because the main thing is we're putting so much glue on these things. Probably 4 or 5 times the amount of glue that you put on a slick track.
Right.
And I guess these guys probably spent $14,000 in glue this weekend.
Wow, that's amazing, isn't
it? And so you'll also see us out there scraping it some to get, whenever you have glue and heat, it kind of creates slime, and you can't hook up on that.
Right.
And so we need the glue, but we can't have the slime. So we'll go out and we'll scrape it every now and then. We'll just take the top layer off and keep it thin. That's also why you see them when they do their burnouts. You have your funny cars and top fuel cars, they'll do the big long burnouts.
Yeah.
We don't do that here. The rubber is so thin and there's so much glue on top of it. You do your burnout back here in the rear part of the lanes, get your tires clean, warm, and then you just roll out. You chop the throttle early.
You don't want to go over the start line at all with your burnout at all.
No,
That's
not
the
under
last thing.
power.
Yep.
But just roll through it and you'll see these tires leave a nice path of rubber.
Yep.
Back up on that rubber and let it go.
Yeah, okay.
And, so that's kind of the biggest difference. It takes a whole lot of rotating. They built a rotator here. We licensed a company, Aldridge,
Yep.
To build our equipment here.
And that's brand new, and then we've got a spray rig
Yeah,
as well.
I mean, look at this spray rig. This thing is...
This is brand new?
Yeah, it's brand new. This is, and I'm not just saying it. Justin Simpson and Clint here built it. This is the nicest spray rig in the world, not the country. The world.
Because you've done some big events. Well, you do big, massive
yeah,
events,
we do big ones, yeah. I'm at pretty much all the big ones.
Yeah, right.
And This is nice. You guys, I'm not sure I'm not saying it like that, but I'm not sure you know what you got here, because these guys are wholehearted. They built a $30,000 rotator. This thing was probably, who knows how much. I think they had to call NASA to license it.
Yeah, right. Probably. And what do you think of this series out here in Australia? Have you enjoyed yourself so far?
Absolutely. I mean, there again, this is what I do for a living. I'm at races every weekend. I've got several crews. We're doing 3 races this weekend around the world. This is the most fun I've had doing radial racing in 5 years.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a kick. The Australian people are so nice, so friendly, and God, I can't wait to come back down here.
And what do you say to anyone thinking about getting out there and having a bit of a go on the track? Do they get out and have a crack at a radial?
Absolutely. I mean, radial racing to me is just kind of where it's at. It becomes a tuner's race. It's not just throw it at it and go. You got to finesse.
Yeah.
And so you got to use this up here more than that.
Yeah.
And you know, there's a lot of keyboard tuning, and it's just it's a chess game, and it's so fun. You'll see them out here today. There's guys that are going to struggle because we're warm. Radials and heat are very difficult.
Right.
Where a slick tire, it's no big deal to run in 150-degree track temperature. They like it. You know, you get that controlled spin. Out here, you can't do that. You got to tiptoe.
Completely different game.
Yeah, like during the day, you probably won't see those. You know, we had quite a few 3-second runs last night. You're probably not going to see that during the day because they're going to have to go point A, point B, take it real nice and easy, get it down to the track, and get a wind light.
Yeah.
And if you spin the tires, you're not going to get a wind light. So they're going to play smart. As we go into the evening, watch out.
When we cool down, it's all
going to go fast.
That's excellent. Yeah. And just one last thing, I guess. We talk about the prep on the track. There was a massive amount of prep on the track before we had anyone out here, wasn't there?
Sure.
You've scraped all the rubber off,
yes,
right?
Took it all off. We put it back on, and that helps it adhere to the concrete better. It's fresh, live rubber. They call this, I'm not being a smartass, they call this track prep for a reason, because it's preparation.
Yeah.
You come out, you totally remove the track, put a new racetrack in. You do that almost every day.
Wow.
And so it takes a lot of preparation. It's not just come out and spray the track and go.
And you're watching really closely every run. You're looking at what's going on, if there's any damage to the track, minute, right?
Yeah, because we're so thin on the rubber. When a car spins the tires, it takes the rubber down to the concrete, and then you don't have any adhesion for the next car. So you'll see us out here jumping out and filling those with heat and rubber from back here. The track prep's gone to such a level now that I don't want to say it's difficult to watch because it's exciting, but we're out there working on the track a lot.
Well, I'm glad that we were able to catch you now because I know it's about to start and you're going to be full on for the next, 12 hours?
12 hours, and
if
then
not
we're done
more.
and we'll go drink some beer.
Sounds good. Mate, thank you.
Thanks for everything.
No worries.
Come
Thanks
over
for
to
being
Lights
out here.
Let's have fun.
Done deal. Out here to have a run in your XB. We came over because we were impressed by your Chev tow car.
Yeah.
But
it sort of outshines the B a little bit.
It does. But how are you going to go? Is this your first test hit today?
Yeah, first test hit today. We're just running on unleaded fuel, so we're looking for a tune on unleaded.
Right.
We run last Kenda.
Yep.
We're about equal fifth, I think, in the points. So
right. Oh, cool.
So we're at the top end. So we just need to be consistent and pull some good times. So yeah.
So you just be testing, tuning
this
afternoon.
Yeah, testing, tuning this afternoon. Read the plugs, see how they're looking, see how it's working,
and then get ready for tomorrow.
Straight to the park tomorrow.
Yeah, no worries. We'll keep an eye out. We'll watch you.
No, we'll have fun. We'll have the wheels up.
No worries. Thanks for having a chat.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
twin turbo Hemi in this ute.
Yeah, mate.
It's pretty sick.
Got a bit of steam, yeah.
Yeah, but you've had a few problems. So.
Had a few issues. You broke the diff on Thursday, fixed it last night, put the diff back in the car this morning. Made one hit, didn't leave the start line, but we're here now. We're going to run what we've rung and see what we can do.
You're still in with a chance for $5 grand,
That's it, mate. Yeah, 100%.
What do you think of this Kenda event?
I love the Kenda event. It's really good. Radial racing is just taken off here in Australia. It's a really exciting form of racing. It's the type of racing that everyone can come and do.
Yep.
The thing I like about it is they still look like a car. You know, you get your funny cars, you get all that sort of stuff. You know, they just don't look like a car. You get a lot of street-looking cars here, so it's a good time.
It's a pretty cool event.
Yeah,
and, late night, after last night.
Yeah, definitely. So see what we can do, roll out and have a good time. That's what we're here for.
No worries. Well, good luck tonight.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
You're out here in the Mustang?
Yep.
Yeah, so, and you've, who have you drawn tonight?
We've got Wade Wagstaff, so Wade just went 390 last run, so yeah, we'll see him give him a run this run.
And how did you feel with the testing today? How'd it go?
Still a new combo, only 7 or 8 passes in, so we're still learning a few things and making adjustments on the run, and we backed around from the last run within 30 minutes, so we haven't had a chance to change too much, but a few little adjustments, so hopefully we can stick it and give him a bit of a run. So.
And what do you think of this event, this road
awesome,
racing?
Awesome, yeah. Used to really enjoy the lights out stuff
that
we used to run here. Hasn't been on for a while, so it's the first one back like this, so really enjoy it. I enjoy it more when my car's working better. So.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, good luck, mate. Thank you. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks, boys. Cheers.
Hey, Overtakers. We've got some unfortunate news that the rain is a little bit too heavy to get the track dry now due to the time frame we have to turn it around. So unfortunately, that means it is the end of the racing tonight. That was getting exciting. I know everyone was having a lot of fun and enjoying the live stream, but unfortunately, that bit of rain means we won't get the track dry in time. So that's going to be it for tonight. They'll look at running the remainder of that small tyre shootout possibly in amongst tomorrow's racing. So thank you all. And we'll see you in the next one. Until then, stay in the right lane. There will be racing tomorrow. So be here at 10 a.m. to see all the action from Kenda. And we look forward to bringing you some more racing, Overtaking Lane. In the meantime, hit the like button, subscribe, hit that bell for the notifications. And, if you want to donate, jump over onto our website, buy some merch or throw us a dono for bringing you all the action. And we appreciate you being here and see you tomorrow. Thank you.